1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Okay.
Hallo, Test 1, 2. Test. Hallo.
Es geht noch eine Reihe weiter.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Ich sehe dich nicht, wenn's. Ah ja.
Ansonsten jetzt? Vielen Dank. Du könntest schauen. Hallo.
Frage, gibt es da einen Medienraum zum Zeug abstellen?
Es gibt einen Medienraum.
Ja,
Ich muss sagen, ich bin nicht gewusst, wo ich hin muss, vorne bei der Tür. Und dann zum Verwaltungshof gegangen. Und
ja, das
wissen,
ist sehr
wo
gut.
ich gerade war.
Ja,
Schaut auch noch gut, schaut auch noch gut aus.
sehr gut, sehr gut. Das war das.
Keine grauen Haare am Ansatz.
Ich bin gefallen, sie wahrscheinlich ausgedruckt war, wäre das ist.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vienna, and welcome to today's conference on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons. We could not have come together at a more pressing moment. The specter of nuclear war seemed like an abstract danger to most people, but no longer. Over the past few weeks, we have witnessed nuclear threats and blackmail. Let me put it very
Morning. Morgen oder Tag? Mit der Maske. Ja, ja, ich weiß. Hat alles gut geklappt bei der Registrierung soweit?
The conference is about to begin. Please take your seats, colleagues. Thank you.
Conference is about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is about to start. Please take your seats. I'm sorry, I understand you. Please ask my colleagues over there. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will start now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Vienna Conference on the Humanitarian Impact of Nuclear Weapons. Welcome to participants here in Vienna with us and to our audience connected worldwide via live stream. We will start the opening ceremony shortly. First, a couple of housekeeping announcements. In order to ensure a safe conference for all of us, but in particular also for our survivors who are here with us today, please ensure that you follow the COVID protocol as laid out on the conference homepage. This includes in particular wearing the FFP2 masks like the ones provided to participants when not speaking into a microphone or actively consuming food. Now on to the opening ceremony. We start with a video message of His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for Europe and International Affairs of Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vienna and welcome to today's conference on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons. We could not have come together at the more pressing moment. The specter of nuclear war seemed like an abstract danger to most people, but no longer. Over the past few weeks, we have witnessed nuclear threats and blackmail. Let me put it very clearly to you. These threats by Russia are completely irresponsible and utterly unacceptable. They have brutally brought home to us that as long as these horrendous weapons exist, they are an existential threat to us all. The risk of catastrophic humanitarian consequences has been with us for over 70 years. And yet, the belief in nuclear deterrence still persists. The logic that these weapons provide security is a fundamental error. Because deterrence requires credibility. This means the readiness to use these weapons, to inflict mass destruction and unimaginable human suffering. Nuclear-armed states are increasing the arsenals, modernizing the weapons, developing more usable warheads. At the same time, international agreements are terminated. The multilateral disarmament system is eroding. All on the assumption that nuclear weapons provide security, because in the end, they will never be used. Ladies and gentlemen, the survival of humanity is too essential to leave to assumptions. Security needs to be based on facts. That is why I'm proud that we have brought together some of the preeminent scientists and experts here today, as well as survivors and representatives of affected communities from the Pacific to Kazakhstan and Japan, who are able to provide first-hand testimony. And we have state representatives ready to engage in these discussions. This conversation is essential, especially at this very moment. Nuclear risks are higher than they have been for decades. We have to show leadership and persistence on issues directly related to the safety of present and future generations. Given the existential threat to humanity, the status quo is simply not an option. Thank you very much.
Next, I have the pleasure to introduce Her Excellency Mrs. Izumi Nakamitsu, the UN High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. Madam Nakamitsu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today and address the 2022 Vienna Conference on the Humanitarian Impact of Nuclear Weapons. This conference follows in a proud tradition. The first 3 international conferences on this topic in 2013 and 2014 reshaped engagements by the international community with nuclear disarmament leading ultimately to the negotiation and adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in 2017. Humanitarian considerations have underpinned the logic of disarmament and arms control agreements, at least since the beginning of the modern era. The 1868 St. Petersburg Declaration on Explosive Projectiles referred to the imperative of, I quote, alleviating as much as possible the calamities of war. Subsequent disarmament agreements were also driven by humanitarian concerns, notably the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, which for a time was colloquially referred to as the Humanitarian Weapons Convention. More recently, Convention on the Cluster Munitions and the Anti-Personnel Landmine Convention have banned certain weapons considered by the international community to be inhumane by their very nature. Applying the same considerations to nuclear weapons was a logical next step. An important factor in the success of the first 3 conferences on the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons was their focus on scientific research and on the lived experiences of the survivors of nuclear explosions. It is important and necessary to inject these considerations into diplomatic discourse to ensure that high-level policy discussions remain grounded in scientific and human reality. Today's conference will also allow us to hear new research and updated information. It also provides an opportunity to refamiliarize ourselves with the following important truth. First, the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons are catastrophic and indiscriminate. They cannot be contained in either time or space. Collectively, nuclear weapons have the potential to end all life on Earth. Any use of even a single such weapon in a populated area would unleash an unimaginable humanitarian and environmental catastrophe. The effects of nuclear explosion, particularly radioactive fallout, would spread far from the site of the detonation and would not stop at the national borders. As the aftermath of atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki has shown, those that are exposed to a nuclear explosion but are not immediately killed are likely to suffer from grave, long-term health consequences. Second, as the ICRC has warned, no state can be adequately prepared to address the, and I quote, immediate humanitarian emergency, nor the long-term consequences of nuclear weapon detonation in a populated area, nor provide appropriate assistance to those affected, end quote. It is for those 2 reasons that nuclear disarmament remains the United Nations' highest disarmament priority. Since the last Vienna conference on the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, the legal landscape has fundamentally changed. The TPNW was negotiated, adopted, and has entered into force. It is first multilateral treaty to comprehensively ban all nuclear weapons-related activities, and indeed, the first new multilateral nuclear disarmament treaty of any sort in over 2 decades. Today's discussions will be an important input for the first meeting of states parties to the TPNW, which begins tomorrow. But discussions on the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons should not be confined to the TPNW's states, parties, and its supporters. This is an issue that affects all inhabitants of our planet, and therefore it is one in which they all have a stake. As UN Secretary General Guterres said in his Agenda for Disarmament, human and national approaches to security are not mutually exclusive. And, as he stated in his report on a common agenda, it is urgent that we find approaches to international peace and security that integrate human, national, and collective security. The humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons are an important element of that conversation. One important opportunity to continue this discussion will be the 10th Review Conference of the parties to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, taking place in August in New York. The NPT has a history of engagement with this topic. In 2010, all NPT states parties expressed deep concern, and I quote, at the continued risk for humanity represented by the possibility that these weapons could be used, and the catastrophic humanitarian consequences that would result from the use of nuclear weapons, end of quote. I hope that discussions on humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons could constitute an area of mutual concern as NPT states parties consider how to move closer to a world without nuclear weapons. I look forward to hearing your views and to participating actively in today's discussions. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Madam High Representative. Next, we have the honor to hear from His Excellency Mohammed El Baradei, Director General Emeritus of the International Atomic Energy Agency, a Nobel Prize laureate 2005. Mr. El Baradei, the floor is yours.
It's an honor to take part in this Vienna conference on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons. I'd like to thank the Austrian government for taking the initiative to organize it. The grim and transformational impact of nuclear weapons was clear and immediate. Robert Oppenheimer, one of the fathers of the atomic bomb, remarked shortly after the first bomb was successfully detonated that, quote, "We knew the world would not be the same," unquote, adding that it brought to mind words from the Hindu Bhagavad Gita. "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," unquote. And destroyer of worlds, nuclear weapons certainly became. Albert Einstein famously stated, "I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." Our accumulated knowledge since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, more than 7 decades ago, only confirms and magnifies the horrifying impact of nuclear weapons on us and our planet. In the words of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, nuclear weapons are the most terrifying weapons ever invented. They are unique in their destructive power, in the unspeakable human suffering they cause, and in the impossibility of controlling their effect in space and time. They threaten irreversible harm to the environment and to future generations. Indeed, they threaten the very survival of humanity. For those who believe that it is possible to have a limited nuclear war, Barack Obama had the answer. One nuclear weapon exploded in one city. No matter where it happens, there is no end to what the consequences may be, ultimately for our survival. These are words we have to weigh very carefully when we hear now the loose talk and reckless rhetoric about the use of nuclear weapons, in whatever context or scenario. Unfortunately and sadly, this kind of talk has shifted the possible use of nuclear weapons from an unthinkable nightmare to a terrifying prospect. If anything, it puts an added responsibility on all of us who believe in the absolute necessity of eliminating these weapons to exert every effort in spreading information and raising awareness on the horror of these weapons and their impact, which, in the word of Robert McNamara in 1967, could dwarf any catastrophe that has befallen man in his more than million year on Earth. And of those who believe that nuclear risk can be contained while these weapons exist, again, Robert McNamara was emphatic later in life. The indefinite combination of human fallibility and nuclear weapons will lead to the destruction of nations. The only way to eliminate the risk is to eliminate nuclear weapons. The nuclear risk has loomed on more than one occasion in the past. Former US Secretary of Defense Bill Perry in 2011 mentioned 3 false alarms of Soviet missiles that were thought to be screaming toward the US. He stated that, to this day, I believe that we avoided nuclear catastrophe as much by good luck, not by good management. And for all those who believe that amassing more weapons is the answer, or that nuclear disarmament is too risky, listen to President Kennedy in 1961 address to the UN General Assembly. In a spiraling arms race, a nation's security may well be shrinking even as its arms increase. And what is more is that the risk inherent in disarmament pale in comparison to the risk inherent in an unlimited arms race. In light of this, I believe it is incumbent upon all of us to urgently revisit the doctrine of mutual assured destruction. This is not an abstract doctrine, but one that is intimately linked to our fate and the fate of our planet. It is a doctrine aptly described in 1988 by the then Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi, as the ultimate expression of the philosophy of terrorism, holding humanity hostage to the presumed security needs of a few. The argument that nuclear weapons kept the peace does not really withstand any scrutiny. A peace based on colonial premise that some are more equal than others, my security is more important than yours, and undo as I say, not as I do. It is only not unjust, but more importantly, unsustainable. That some countries possesses them or are protected by them within alliance, while asking others not to have them, is an oxymoron in the long term. The prohibition of the possession of nuclear weapons and their elimination from the face of the earth is a moral duty before it is a solemn legal obligation. I earnestly hope that nuclear-armed states, all 9 of them, would initiate without further delay and preconditions the necessary negotiations and concurrently adopt the necessary measures that would lay the groundwork for the elimination of nuclear weapons forever. Humanity deserves no less. The time has come to cultivate a new mindset where peace and security are approached in theory and practice as an inclusive and collective endeavor based on equity, trust, dialogue, and solidarity. Nuclear weapons are an existential threat anywhere and everywhere. It doesn't matter where, in which hands. The writing has been on the wall for over 70 years, but the font is now getting larger than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. El-Baradei. Now we have the privilege of hearing firsthand from those directly affected by the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons in use or testing. We will hear first from Japan. Mr. Soichi Kido survived the atomic bombing of Nagasaki and today serves as Secretary General of Nihon Hidankyo, a Japanese organization for atomic bombing survivors. Mr. Kido, the floor is yours.
皆さん、おはようございます。私は木戸末一と申します。日本被団協の事務局長をしております。
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kido Suichi, the Secretary General of Nihon Hidankyo, Japan Confederation of A and H bomb sufferers organizations.
私の体験のほんの一部と、核兵器の非人道性と被爆者の運動と願いについてお話しさせていただきます。
I would like to share with you today a very brief part of my experience, also about the inhumanity of nuclear weapons and the movement and efforts of the Hibakusha until today.
あの時、私は自宅前の路上におりました。飛行機の音を聞きました。その瞬間、ピカドンと光を浴び、爆風で飛ばされ、気を失いました。
At the time of the bombing, I was in front of my house. All of a sudden, I heard the buzzing sound of a plane, and then I was engulfed in a flash, blown by the intense blast, and I fell unconscious.
翌日、爆心地近くを通って、逃げましたが、 そこで見た光景は今も忘れることができません。
The next day, in trying to escape, I passed very near the hypocenter, ground zero, and I will never be able to forget the scenes which were in front of me on that day.
何もかにもなくなった街は真っ黒だったという印象を持っています。
Everything in the city seemed as if it had completely disappeared or turned completely black.
爆心地に近づくにつれ、私が見たものはゴロゴロと転がった死体、水をと水を求める人の姿でした。
I remember as I approached the area of Ground Zero, seeing bodies scattered all over the street and people begging, water, water.
爆心地近くの浦上側には、大橋というところには、水を求めていった死体が積み重なっておりました。
In the area of Nagasaki known as Urakami and Ohashi, the large bridge area, there were people seeking water everywhere and just bodies piled up, and these vivid scenes I remember today.
原爆は無数の命を奪いました。
The atomic bomb took away countless lives.
そのほとんどが子供、女性、老人の弱者でした。
Most of them were vulnerable people, children, women, and the elderly.
家族に見取られて亡くなった方はわずか 4% です。
Of the people who died, only 4% of them were able to be passed away within the care of their families.
その後ですね、あの日、あの時は奪われた死者、それは私が光を浴びた瞬間、幸い生き延びておりますけれども、もし死んでいたらどうして自分が死ぬのか、また私幸せな人生ありがとうとか別れを告げることができない死なんです。
When I think about the people whose lives were lost in that day, their lives were taken at the time of that flash of the bomb without even knowing what had happened to them, why they were dying, without even being able to bid any kind of farewell or reflect upon their happy lives until that day.
またどこで死んだか、その遺骨がどこにあるか、ほとんど分かってない人がいっぱいおります。
And there are so many people who even today it is not known where they died or where their remains even are.
その亡くなった命を奪われた人々は自分がそれまでどのような人生を歩んできたのか、それを残すことができないのです。
The people who died on that day, they were lost without any kind of opportunity to reflect back upon their lives and look at what kind of legacy or what they were leaving behind.
このような死が人間のとして認められるでしょうか。絶対に許せないと思います。
Can we call this kind of death truly a human death? I believe that this is something which is unacceptable.
その後、生き残った被爆者も原爆症でバタバタと倒れていきました。
The hibakusha who managed to survive after that day fell one by one, impacted by various other A-bomb-related diseases.
被爆者の不安、苦しみは時が経って消え去るものではありません。
The anxiety, anguish, and suffering of the hibakusha is not something that fades away. It's something which continues throughout their lives.
どんどん大きくなっていくのです。私自身の自分の不安から子供の不安へ、孫の不安へ、そして全ての人々の不安にて広がっていくのです。
Not only does it not disappear, it is something which continues to grow even larger. Their anxiety and fear about ourselves, about our children, our grandchildren, and about all of humanity.
被爆から11年目のに被爆者は日本被団協を結成しました。
11 years after the atomic bombing in 1956, the Hibakusha formed the Japan Confederation of A&H bomb sufferers organizations, or Nihon Hidankyo.
被弾教は原爆が人間に何をもたらしたかずっと調査研究を続けてまいりました。
Nihon Hidankyo has continued throughout these years to conduct surveys and research on what the atomic bomb means to humanity.
結論は人間らしく生きることも許さない、人間と共存できない非人道的絶対悪の兵器であるということを明らかにいたしました。
And the conclusion that this has made very clear is that the atomic bomb is a weapon of inhumanity and of absolute evil with which human beings cannot exist and which does not allow us to even die or live as human beings.
私たちはそのために核兵器をなくすこと、戦争をなくすことを求めてまいりました。
Since then, we have continued to appeal to the world for the abolition of nuclear weapons and for a world without war also.
この願いが核兵器禁止条約の成立につながりました。
And this wish of us as the survivors led to the establishment of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons.
条約は被爆者の願いそのものです。
The treaty embodies this very aspiration of we Hibakusha.
締約国会議の成功を心から願っております。
We are sincerely hoping for the great success of the meeting of states parties.
被爆国日本政府は圧倒的多数の国民の願いに反して核兵器禁止条約に署名・批准をしていません。
The Japanese government, despite the overwhelming support of the Japanese people, still does not sign and ratify the treaty.
なぜでしょうか。
Why is this?
戦争と武力の威嚇・行使を永久に放棄する日本国憲法に反する政策です。
This is a policy which goes against the Japanese constitution, which forever renounces the use of threat of force or of war.
憲法制定から77年、日本は国民の一人の命も奪われておりません。
In the 77 years since the enactment of the Japanese constitution, no lives of Japanese people have been taken in war, nor has Japan taken the lives of others in war also.
日本国憲法の9条のおかげです。
This is thanks to Article 9 of the Japanese constitution.
憲法が国民の命を守ってきたのです。
The constitution has protected the lives of the people.
ところが、日本政府は戦争の犠牲はすべての国民がその生命、身体、財産などについて犠牲を余儀なくされたとしても我慢しなければならないという政策を取り続けております。
However, the Japanese government continues to take the policy that when the people are forced to make sacrifices of life, body, or property in the case of war, and people must endure all such sacrifices for the sake.
憲法に従えば、もうすべての国際紛争を武力ではなく、話し合いで解決するというのが憲法の精神です。
If we were to follow the spirit and the policy of the Japanese constitution, it would mean to resolve all international conflicts not by force but through dialogue.
ウクライナ戦争もこの精神で解決することが最も求められていると思います。
And I believe that we must also seek the resolution of the war in Ukraine through such means also.
被爆者は武力で対抗することを求めません。
We Hibakusha refuse to accept the use of force as a means of resolving international conflicts.
被爆者は話し合いによる解決を求めます。
We Hibakusha call for resolution of all such issues through dialogue.
対話が最も大切だということを訴え、私の話を終わらせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
I would like to end my words by saying that dialogue is of the utmost importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kido, for your powerful testimony. Next, we hear from Ms. Suzuka Nakamura, representing No Nukes Tokyo, who will speak to perspectives on nuclear harms and dangers for second and third generation survivors. Ms. Nakamura, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I am Suzuka Nakamura, a co-founder of No Nukes Tokyo, a Tokyo-based organization designing actions for nuclear weapons abolition. I'm 22 years old and a third-generation A-bomb survivor from Nagasaki. My maternal grandmother was exposed to the atomic bomb when she was 8 years old. Today, I'm wearing a kimono, which I borrowed from Miss Tomiko Fukushima, an A-bomb survivor from Nagasaki. She always wears a kimono when she tells her story as a survivor, hibakusha. I'll go back to my grandmother's story. Her house was 2 to 3 kilometers from the Haifa Center, but a few days before the atomic bomb was dropped, she was evacuated to a relative's house in the countryside and survived. After that, she entered the city of Nagasaki to check on her house and was exposed to the effects of the bombing in the city. My grandmother is still alive and well, but she has been diagnosed with cancer once in the past. I do not know if this was due to the atomic bombing or not. I'm here today because my grandmother passed on her life to me. If my grandmother had not been evacuated at that time, if she had been more affected by radiation and died soon after the bombing, I would not be here today. The atomic bomb also took away lives that were supposed to last for generations to come. Perhaps my mother and I will be affected by the atomic bombing in the future, but it is not clear how the damage caused by nuclear weapons will affect the second and third generations of A-bomb survivors. We don't know anything. I'm afraid because I don't know anything. They may or may not be something in the future. It may be because of the atomic bombings, or it may not. But so far, hibakusha have clearly suffered from the after effects of the bombings. The probability of developing cancer or leukemia is higher than average, and microcephaly has been seen more often in those who were exposed to the bomb while in their mother's wombs. I have never heard these stories from my grandmother directly. My mother told me instead. I think that for my grandmother, the memory of the A bombing is still a terrible thing that she does not want to recall. Even after such a long time has passed, the scars of the atomic bombing remain. Nevertheless, many people, including the hibakusha here today, have bravely shared their suffering and painful memories to convey the horror of nuclear weapons. We must think of the pain and suffering of the hibakusha and show them our utmost respect for sharing their experiences with us. Now, people of Ukraine and the world are horrified by Russian President Putin's threat to use nuclear weapons in the current war in Ukraine. And the hibakusha, who know the horror of nuclear weapons feel that fear more than anyone else. Hibakusha and other nuclear victims have so far been discriminated against rather than receiving aid and have suffered much anxiety and grief. Even with struggles they have raised their voices against society. They only hope that no one else will become a hibakusha and will be harmed. But why can't this be realized? It has already been 77 years since the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We should not burden them any longer. I believe that everyone will immediately recognize the hibakusha when they talk to them, due to the kindness and warmth they possess. That they are not heroes of tragedy, but are living their lives. I hope that nuclear weapons will be eliminated as soon as possible. The average age of hibakusha is nearly 84. We also have the challenge of passing on the A-bomb experience. It is up to us to remember the horror of the atomic bombings and to prevent repetition of the same mistakes in the future. I have been commissioned by the Japanese government as a youth communicator for a world without nuclear weapons to convey the reality of the atomic bombings. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in this way and fulfill this role. And at the same time, I regret that the Japanese government, the only country to have experienced the wartime use of nuclear weapons, will not participate in the meeting of the parties of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The government Thank you. The government and citizens of Japan will continue to work together to ensure that Japan can actively engage in nuclear disarmament. I would like to conclude my speech by expressing my greatest respect to all of you gathered here today. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Nakamura. Next, we will hear from the Pacific. Ms. Danity Lorcan is a youth activist from the Marshall Islands who's been campaigning there and in Fiji as a leading member of the Marshall Islands Student Association. Mrs. Lorcan, the floor is yours.
Yahweh Nganordim. My name is Danity Logan, and I am from the Marshall Islands. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the presence of everyone in this room. And I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak on this very important occasion. In 2017, I was enrolled at the University of the South Pacific to join and was inspired to join the Marshall Islands Student Association to form a regional anti-nuclear campaign and movement called MISA for the Pacific. In the process of doing nuclear advocacy and solidarity work in the region, I realized how little I knew about the nuclear testing history, let alone the radioactive fallout from the most destructive nuclear weapon test called Castle Bravo on March 1st, 1954 in Bikini Atoll. Families in different parts of the Marshall Islands experience burns, forced displacement, cancers, miscarriages, and stillbirths as a result of that test. All these continues in the subsequent 67 atmospheric tests. in addition to damage the testing caused on people, land, and culture. Today, many of us back home are convinced that our major health concerns and social challenges are linked to this nuclear past. What concerns me the most is the health of my people. As I've returned home in December last year, I see a rise in cancer cases in women, men, and now children of Marshallese back home and overseas. Our cancer patients are mostly sent off island to other countries for cancer treatment. Others are left untreated or undiagnosed until they find themselves in the late stages of their diseases and their life. There are other intergenerational impacts Marshallese are facing today. Their diet is mostly dependent on processed food due to the loss of land, cultural knowledge, and resources. We have more people, elders and children alike, diagnosed now with diabetes and high blood pressure and other non-communicable diseases. I believe these are the new forms of disease impacts that we are experiencing today as a result of nuclear weapons testing. Yet, our health system and medical resources on the ground are limited to be able to address the needs of all our nuclear victims. The nuclear ban treaty is now in discussion for implementation, and the focus should be on health assistance for victims facing these impacts now. I can assure you, as a young Marshallese woman and supporter of this treaty, the intergenerational impact of the human harm caused continues. I know from who I see every day. Ladies and gentlemen, many nuclear survivors and defenders have worked tirelessly to ensure the world is safe from nuclear weapons. And I am privileged to be here to support the international solidarity toward a nuclear-free world. I look forward to how nuclear test victims can be assisted to face the impacts of nuclear weapon we live through now, still in my country. Komotada imtiaraman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lokon. Thank you to you, all three of our speakers, and all the other survivors and affected community representatives who are here with us today. That concludes the part on testimonials, and we will now turn to the first session of the day, entitled What We Know, Key Facts on Humanitarian Consequences and Risks of Nuclear Weapons. This session will be moderated by someone most of you will know very well already, Ambassador Alexander Cment, the Director for Disarmament, Arms Control and Non-Proliferation at the Austrian Ministry for Europe and International Affairs. Alexander, over to you.
Thank you, George William. Can I ask our panelists to come to the podium, please? If you can. Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, George Wilhelm. I would like to welcome you all very much to the session one of this conference, which is entitled What We Know, the key facts on humanitarian consequences and risks of nuclear weapons. The intention of this session is to, in part, revisit some of the key findings of the Humanitarian Initiative on short, medium, and long-term consequences of nuclear weapons and nuclear explosions. Does the mic work? I'm not sure. Yeah? The scope of the humanitarian response challenges and the inherent risks of nuclear weapons. For this, I'm pleased to welcome 4 excellent speakers who will make presentations and look at these issues from different angles. After the coffee break, we will have a moderated discussion with 2 additional speakers where UN High Representative Nakamitsu will join us again, and retired Ambassador Steffen Kongsted from Norway will also join us. And the idea for the discussion after the coffee break will be to explore the importance and the transformational potential of the humanitarian risks of the perspective on humanitarian consequences and risks for the nuclear weapons debate. I will not introduce the speakers in detail. Does the microphone work? It's better? Sorry. Okay, thank you very much. There's a bit of a feedback here, so I'll try again. I will not introduce the speakers in detail because you find detailed biographical information in the conference information. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Cordula Dröge. She's the Chief Legal Officer and Head of the Legal Division of the International Committee of the Red Cross, to give her presentation, which is entitled No Shelter from the Bomb: Humanitarian Assistance in the Aftermath of a Nuclear Detonation. And of course, the ICRC has a unique perspective on the nuclear weapons issue as a humanitarian organization and as the guardian of international humanitarian law. The ICRC was also the first international humanitarian relief organization to come to Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the immediate aftermath of the 2 atomic bomb explosions. So, Cordula, you have the floor.
I think the microphone works now. Thank you very much, Ambassador Kment, and thank you to Austria for inviting me to speak at this very important conference for the International Committee of the Red Cross. We're here to talk about the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, which have no equal, no comparison to any other weapons. The ICRC, as Ambassador Quent actually just mentioned, has the grim privilege to have been the first international organization to respond to the aftermath of the bombing in Hiroshima, together with the Japanese Red Cross Society. And so I would like to convey our experience as documented, relayed, and published by several ICRC colleagues over the years. As you know, at 8:15 a.m. on 6th of August 1945, the first atomic bomb was dropped over Hiroshima. You first had a blinding flash, then the heat, a few moments later the blast wave, and then the whirlwind, and then the fire that engulfed the entire city and left thousands dead. Everything within a radius of 1 kilometer from the point of explosion was obliterated to the point that even buildings' foundations were unrecognizable. All around, within 4 to 5 kilometers of the bomb's epicenter, houses were reduced to rubble, trees uprooted, vehicles hurled about, and railway lines twisted. 90% of all buildings in that perimeter were entirely destroyed or badly damaged. About 80,000 people were killed immediately by the explosion, and almost as many suffered serious injuries. Many thousands died in the weeks and months that followed from the burns they sustained or from the effects of the radiation, internal hemorrhaging, cancer, leukemia, and we heard about it just now. The Japanese Red Cross Society hospital had miraculously remained somewhat functional a total of 792 staff members and volunteer workers, many of them from other regions of Japan, who were immediately mobilized to assist, treated some 30,000 patients during the 3 weeks following the detonation. The impact of the nuclear bomb on healthcare workers was shocking. 90% of the doctors were killed or injured, as were 92% of the nurses and 80% of the pharmacists. There was a desperate need for blood, but there was no possibility of blood transfusions, as most potential donors were either dead or injured. Relief operations were seriously hindered by the totally unprecedented scale of the catastrophe and the number of victims, the shortage of staff, and appropriate equipments of supply. Hampered by the incurable nature of some of the wounds, the unknown effect of ionizing radiation, and the uncertainty as to the treatment required. There were no medicines. Hygiene conditions were appalling because of the heat generated by the explosion and the massive fires. The lack of drinking water. Wounds were becoming infected and epidemics spread. On 29th of August, an ICRC delegate, Fritz Bilfinger, was the first international organization representative to arrive in Hiroshima and witness the scene of the disaster. And I would like to read an extract of the telegram that he wrote. It goes like this. Visited Hiroshima 30th. Conditions appalling. Stop. City wiped out. 80% all hospitals destroyed or seriously damaged. Inspected 2 emergency hospitals. Conditions beyond description. Full stop. Effective bomb, mysteriously serious. Stop. Many victims, apparently recovering, suddenly suffer fatal relapse due to decomposition of white blood cells and other internal injuries, now dying in great numbers. Stop. Estimated still over 100,000 wounded in emergency hospitals located surroundings, sadly lacking bandaging materials, medicines. Stop. Why am I retelling this story that we've heard so many times? It's to illustrate that in the aftermath of the bombing, not only is there little infrastructure left and few people left to treat, but there's also no infrastructure and no people to actually come to the rescue. And that is the case today as it was then, because indeed the destructive power of nuclear weapons has increased dramatically, but the ability of states and international agencies to assist the victims has not. The ICRC has made an in-depth assessment of its own capacity and that of other agencies to respond and help victims of nuclear, radiological, biological, or chemical weapons. And what we have concluded is that although some countries have response capacity, there is really no effective capacity at the international or national level that would allow to deliver appropriate humanitarian assistance to survivors while at the same time protecting those who are meant to deliver assistance. And given the scale and nature of nuclear weapons impacts, it's unlikely that sufficient capacity can actually be developed. Now, there's much more to say than time allows on the lasting, widespread, and severe damage caused to the natural environment by ionizing radiation, and the difficulties of decontaminating the affected soil and water courses and prevent further contamination of the food chain. The humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons are of a scale we cannot yet fully comprehend. And we just heard Suzuka Nakamura saying, we don't know enough. There's much that we still don't know, as an expert meeting also organized jointly between the International Federation of the Red Cross and the ICRC has demonstrated. For instance, the gender and age-specific impact of ionizing radiation and its transgenerational effects. So we must continue to research, and we must continue to raise awareness over the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. We are very pleased to have, as part of the ICRC delegation to this conference, 2 youth representatives from Japan who are very active in raising awareness, and we're very grateful for that. We also work together with the Algerian Red Crescent Society currently on a project to document the impact of nuclear tests in Algeria and to conduct risk education amongst affected communities. Let me conclude with 3 takeaways. In 2020, the ICRC President Jakob Kellenberger called on states to look at nuclear weapons through the lens of humanity. And indeed today, this is just as imperative as it always was. We need to put the humanitarian consequences at the center of the debates on nuclear weapons, and we have them drive all our efforts on nuclear disarmament. Secondly, we must continue research to better understand the short and long-term effects of the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons with the involvement of affected communities. And last, perceived or real national security threats cannot be an excuse to further delay taking effective risk reduction measures and nuclear disarmament measures. On the contrary, the very survival of humanity from such unacceptable risks is a matter of priority and urgency, and we owe it to the younger generations who are represented here in the room and to future generations to create a world finally without nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this important contribution. There is indeed a lot we don't know yet, and hope we will know a little bit more at the end of the day, but a lot remains to be known. So without further ado, let me turn to Dr. James Reville. He's the head of the WMD program at UNIDIR, who will talk about a joint study between UNIDIR, OCHA, and UNDP called An Illusion of Safety. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to join this panel. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be able to join you here in Vienna. As indicated, I'm focusing my remarks on challenges with the humanitarian response to any nuclear detonation. With your indulgence, I do have some slides to accompany this. If it works, yeah, okay. I should also point out I'm drawing heavily from a 2014 UNIDIR study, and I'll begin with an overview of this study to provide some context before looking at some humanitarian consequences, and then the challenges in responding to such an event, drawing in part from the earlier study, but also some more recent reflections on experience with COVID as well. So to begin, in 2014, 2 colleagues, John Borry and Tim Corley, completed a UNIDIR study on the challenges of nuclear weapons detonations for United Nations Humanitarian Coordination and Response. This was undertaken in cooperation with OCHA and UNDP. The study investigated one of the conclusions from the 2013 International Conference on Humanitarian Impacts of Nuclear Weapons, held in Oslo in Norway. Specifically, it investigated the claim that it is unlikely that any state or international body could address the immediate humanitarian emergency caused by a nuclear weapons detonation in an adequate manner and provide sufficient assistance to those affected. Moreover, it might not be possible to establish such capacities even if they were attempted. The report reached a couple of conclusions which seems to be moving ahead of me, so I shall just... Apologies. Okay. So there's a couple of key conclusions which can be derived from the report. I won't go into all of these. It is available online. But it's clear that the current level of awareness within the humanitarian system is generally low on the specificities of a nuclear weapons detonation event or the ability to respond to such an event. The United Nations is unlikely to be able to offer much humanitarian assistance in the immediate aftermath of a nuclear weapons detonation event, and it would take time for the humanitarian system to deploy. At present, there are several foreseeable challenges to the prompt and effective use of the humanitarian cluster system in the context of a nuclear weapon detonation event. Before revisiting some of the findings and trying to sort of re-evaluate, I want to just go through and touch upon the topic of risk. So if it works. So the risk, we're talking about the probability of an event multiplied by its consequences. A nuclear weapons detonation event in a populated area is a low probability, high consequence event. However, as the UN Secretary General indicated earlier this year, the prospects of a nuclear conflict, once unthinkable, is now back within the realms of possibility. So whilst a nuclear detonation may still be a relatively low probability, it is not a zero probability event. And the risk of nuclear detonation is increasing with both the modernization of nuclear weapons systems and rising geostrategic tension, particularly following the invasion of Ukraine. Okay, I might just have to give up with the slides. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to focus too much on the specifics of a nuclear attack. You'll hear much more about this, but I think the point remains that there will be a number of different sources of harm, including a fireball, which would be created virtually instantaneously, causing destruction to buildings and objects and people. You'd also have a high-pressure wave moving outside from the fireball, releasing a large amount of ionizing radiation, which would be emitted, causing acute illness and death to living things. We're also likely to see electronic and magnetic fields that, under certain conditions, can affect electrical systems and communications. And then we have the challenge of radioactive fallout, spreading far beyond the blast zone. Okay, can we move to the next slide? The specific consequences of a nuclear weapons detonation would be contingent upon context. But most assessments envisage immense humanitarian suffering and harm, particularly if a weapon was detonated in a populated area. Some of the components of this can reasonably be envisaged. For example, but there will be a number of other components where there is uncertainty, unknown consequences, which can be difficult to anticipate and difficult to predict. In terms of those that can be predicted, first and foremost, there are health effects within any blast zone, with many people killed or suffering from horrific, life-changing injuries. And also see that hospitals within the blast zone will be destroyed. And compounding this would be the death and injury faced by medical professionals, as point raised earlier. There's also going to be major challenges in providing shelter with a large number of displaced people. Another challenge linked to this is making sure that camps and shelter are safely managed and generated in a sustainable manner. And we're also going to face challenges in terms of food, water, sanitation and infrastructure, logistics as well. Inside the blast zone, roads, rail links, tunnels will be impassable. And beyond the blast zone, there will be significant problems with abandoned vehicles as well. Further point relates to emergency communications, indeed electrical power, telecommunications more generally, but also likely to be compromised. Addressing these challenges and trying to work towards early recovery, we also need to take into account significant widespread psychosocial challenges, including anxiety and confusion. And in many of these cases, there's additionally likely to be a gender component, which can further exacerbate some of the challenges. Okay, moving forward. So as discussed before, some states are better prepared than others to respond to the humanitarian consequences of this sort of event. But it's fair to say that many states will likely need international assistance to deliver humanitarian relief and coordinate aspects of disaster response. There will be an expectation upon the UN system to respond, but such a response will be challenging to effectively coordinate. There will be a range of different bodies that could feed into this process. It may come as some relief to know that I'm not going to go through all the acronym soup on the screen there, but just to pick out a couple. The IAEA has developed a joint radiation emergency management plan, which lays out tasks and responsibilities of participating organizations. It has also undertaken exercises to test responses to complex events, with a particular focus on accidents in nuclear power plants. And indeed, much has been learned from the experience in Fukushima as well. And second in my list is the WHO, which would have an important role to play, not least because of its responsibility to oversee the international health regulations, which provide a framework for the coordination and management of events that constitute a public health emergency of international concern. There would also be important roles for the Emergency Relief Coordinator, which would be responsible for the oversight of all emergencies that require United Nations humanitarian assistance, and this would also act as a central focal point. It would also play the role in activating the humanitarian cluster approach that would coordinate an international response and bring together UN and non-UN entities. And this is an activity that's been subject to a system-wide scale-up in 2018. I add this because there is much that has been done. Nonetheless, it is clear that significant challenges would remain. And some of the lessons from COVID, I think, are telling here. Of course, there are considerable differences between a pandemic and responding to a nuclear detonation. But nonetheless, some of these are insightful. So this draws from the Comprehensive Independent Review of the International Health Responses to COVID-19, which argued, amongst other things, that preparation was inconsistent and underfunded, the alert system was too slow and too meek, the World Health Organization was underpowered, and the response has exacerbated inequalities. Further adding that warnings of an inevitable pandemic threat were not acted upon, and there was inadequate funding and stress testing of preparedness. Coordinated global leadership was absent. Global tensions undermined multilateral institutions and cooperative action. Many of these points seem relevant in this discussion as well. She also had further details in the report of the Review Committee on the functioning of the international health regulations, which highlights how the world must be prepared to respond better to the next public health emergency of international concern. Drawing from the experience with COVID and drawing from the UNIDIR study from 2014, it is likely that there will be a significant number of challenges to the provision of humanitarian assistance in any response. These range from issues with staffing and personnel, including the availability of trained, skilled individuals who are able to operate within the parameters of the affected zone. There will be security challenges. Indeed, UN entities have an obligation to provide duty of care to their staff, so there may be difficulty sending people in to a contaminated area, or alternatively to a lawless conflict situation or a high state emergency, potentially including a lockdown. And then, as we've seen with COVID, there is the ever-present possibility nowadays of mistrust or even violence directed towards humanitarian responders. We'll also face a number of political challenges. It's notable that its states have first and foremost the responsibility for responding to any event and the provision of humanitarian assistance. In the short term, there could also be challenges arising from decisions in the Security Council. It would be apparent that those on the ground would have to manage media scrutiny, as well as the corrosive effect of mis- or disinformation as part of a wider infodemic, which could reasonably be anticipated. And finally, in terms of institutional challenges, there appear to be limitations in planning for responses to nuclear weapon detonation events. And that's likely to be even less planning in many areas for provisions of support for victim assistance. Decision makers will have to operate on the basis of inadequate information for making decisions and indeed activating some of these measures. And much of this assumes that there is institutional capabilities available. Here I think there's a real challenge in generating the necessary financial investment, including in human resources and equipment, to have a sustainable system. So a couple of concluding remarks from me. A nuclear detonation may still be a relatively low probability event, but it is not a zero probability event, and the risks are increasing. Such an event is likely to cause immense humanitarian harm, some of which will be sex and gender specific. It still seems unlikely that any state or international body alone could address the immediate humanitarian emergency caused by a nuclear weapons detonation in an adequate manner and provide sufficient assistance to those affected. And just a final reflection, really drawing on some of the uncertainty, the unpredictability, in these sorts of events, it seems to me that high confidence in our ability to effectively respond to a nuclear weapon detonation and to provide humanitarian assistance is going to end up being the prerogative of the ignorant. Thank you for your indulgence, and I'm sorry for the slides jumbling around. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, James. Very important points. We now heard two presentations on the challenges or near impossibility to respond to if a nuclear explosion were to happen. This is something that we already knew, but it's important to remind ourselves of that. We knew this a few years ago. A few years later, we're still unprepared. But what has changed, of course, in the meantime, is the risk. Nuclear risks are very high today. The famous doomsday clock stands at 100 seconds before midnight. So let's now look at the aspect of risk. And I would like to turn to Dr. Patricia Lewis, who's the Research Director, Conflict Science and Transformation at the International Security Program at Chatham House, UK. And she will talk to us about what close calls can tell us about nuclear weapons risks. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much, Alex, and thanks to everyone for being here. It's really amazing. It's so encouraging. I'm really glad that the Humanitarian Impact of Nuclear Weapons conferences have started up again. You know, the previous three conferences created a really significant body of knowledge. And given today's situation, this could not be at a more important time. So congratulations to Austria for handling that. So I'm going to look at some of, and only a few of, you'll be grateful for, so many of the stories that we have managed to collect and analyze and understand of the close calls or the near misses when nuclear weapons were nearly deliberately used. So I'm not talking about accidents, I'm talking about the times when they were very nearly used. They were nearly launched, detonated, thanks to misperception, miscommunication, and misunderstanding. Now, many people here will know of the revelations that came out of the 40th and 50th anniversary meetings on the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this is decades after the crisis. And there have been several stories, and some of these are still being revealed. I looked to the work of Serhii Plokhy, who I do really recommend to all of you to read his book, Nuclear Folly. But one of the most powerful stories is how the captain of a Russian nuclear submarine nearly launched a nuclear torpedo, really wanted to launch a nuclear torpedo, while they were being depth-charged, bombed by US forces. But he was stopped on board, some say physically, by other officers, including Second Captain Vasily Alexander Arkhipov. And they intervened to prevent the launch of this nuclear torpedo. And if we can imagine for a minute the chaos, the panic, the fear, the shouting that would have taken place on board that submarine at that time. There's a case, too, of Oleg Penkovsky, who was a double agent. He worked for Russian secret services and US, he was a triple agent, and US and UK. Likes to spread himself around. He was arrested by Russian security agents in Moscow, along with his secret code book. And one of the codes in this code book, if you called a number and gave this code, it was to warn of an imminent nuclear attack by the Soviet Union on the United States. Luckily for us all, the first person he called or not he called, sorry, the secret agents who'd arrested him, when they found this code book, they went through the code book and they sort of went through all the different codes. And they called the MI6 handler, the UK handler, a guy called Gervais Carroll, and used this code. Now, Gervais was a sort of sensible guy and thought, hang on a minute. It is 1962, but are we really expecting an imminent, no-warning nuclear attack? And he decided, in the way that, you know, probably James Bond would have done, I think, I always imagine, he had guessed what had happened. He guessed he'd probably been compromised, and he decided not to escalate the information from that call any further. Because if there had been an imminent nuclear attack, of course, the next stage of escalation would be to respond before those weapons hit. And then, of course, there's the story of Stanislav Petrov in 1983, and his story's been made into a film called The Man Who Saved the World, which I think is no exaggeration. Petrov had to decide what to do when the computers at the early warning station where he worked showed clear signals that there were 5 incoming ICBMs from the US to USSR. Petrov was very suspicious of computers, so that's a good thing, right? And he decided, even before he had all the information that he really needed, he decided to report it as a false alarm. And he came up with a lot of understanding and explanation as to why he did that. And I won't go into all of that now, but he took that decision at the level that he was at, which was not the highest level by any means, and decided not to escalate it up. And then there was a big live-fire NATO exercise in 1983 called Able Archer, which, due mainly to disinformation that was put into the system, fake news, as President Trump might call it, it was believed by some in the USSR and East Germany to be a precursor for a real NATO attack on Russia. Luckily, the actions of another double agent, Oleg Gordievsky, who informed the UK about Russian fears, and also 2 US Air Force military guys, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intel, a Lieutenant General Leonard Perutz, who reported to General Billy Minter, who was the Commander-in-Chief of the US Air Force in Europe. And both of those saw that Russia had decided to mobilize, and they decided not to escalate it up. They took a decision at that level not to escalate, not to inform. And there are many other instances that we've studied at Chatham House and other people have studied as well around the world. And I could describe them, but what I want to do is draw this point now, from what we've learned in our work, is the vulnerability and the strength on a single person in a decision tree when it comes to nuclear weapons. Who those people are making those decisions really matters. Their personality matters. These are not big political leaders. They're just people in jobs. Ordinary people like you and me in a job, doing their job, having to decide something like this. So who they are really matters. Their intelligence matters. Their education, legitimacy, their authority, and their bravery, their courage matters. And their own confidence in themselves and their decisions. Extraordinary. And all these things have to line up somehow for us to have remained safe all this time. So we have been so lucky. The problem is that after each of these events, after each of these crises, it takes years for this information to be revealed. So most people do not know about this soon afterwards. It takes years, sometimes decades, for us to learn about it. Often we have to wait for people to retire before they tell us things. And then, of course, after a crisis, as we're seeing even with COVID, after almost every crisis, the human response is to say, well, got through that was fine. Deterrence worked, we were okay. No, that is not what happened. It's not what happened. We were lucky. What Benoit Pelopidas calls the unbearable lightness of luck. We were lucky, but we'll discount that and we'll just think it's because our systems worked. But actually, our systems nearly didn't work. In each of these examples I gave, and there are many others, the systems failed and an individual decided what to do. So I want now to inject this thought. Where are the Stanislav Petrovs, the Gervais Karls, the Vasily Archipovs, and the Leonard Peruts today? Is there a Stanislav Petrov in North Korea that we can rely on? Would they, this wonderful person who has this interesting brain, who thinks differently, would they have the authority or the courage to do what Stanislav Petrov did in 1983? Is there a Gordievsky right now in Russia? I think President Putin still doesn't like Mr. Gordievsky. Or is there a Vasily Arkhipov on a Russian submarine right now, worried to death about these threats that are coming from Moscow? We're in one of the most dangerous situations, re-nuclear weapons, since the end of the Cold War. We've just heard about how risk is probability times impact. And we know the impacts are horrific. What we don't know are the probabilities. Jamie said they're low. Actually, we don't know that. And in crises, they can get very high. We actually, the thing that dominates in this equation in a crisis is uncertainty. It's unknown what the probabilities are. And that's what we have to come to grips with. But we do know that in a crisis, the probabilities of use will increase. That is clear. So if history is a guide, what we have to do right now is hope, pray that humanity's luck will hold. And that somewhere right now, in the nuclear weapons possessing countries, particularly in those that are making threats right now today, overt nuclear threats, that there are people who are smart, who are courageous, and they are in positions where they can act to prevent the use of nuclear weapons. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a huge risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patricia. Very disconcerting thoughts. What dominates is uncertainty. I think that's an interesting takeaway. So thank you very much for reminding us of these past cases, and of course these are only the ones that we know of. I now have the pleasure to turn to Mary Olsen. Mary was a senior radioactive waste policy specialist with the Nuclear Information and Resource Service. She's now retired, but I'm very happy that she's with us. Mary will talk about why atomic radiation is more harmful to girls and women than to boys and men. And understanding that the health impact of nuclear weapons explosions on girls and women would be even more severe than the one. That was one of the very important aspects that came to the fore in the Humanitarian initiative a few years ago, and also of the inadequacy of the standard male models that are used so broadly. So I'm very happy that Mary is here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. And thank you, all of you World family here today. Thank you for listening. I want to mention that my slides have citations in the note pages, and that's published on my website, which is genderandradiation.org. July 16, 1945, the first nuclear detonation was conducted in south central New Mexico and was codenamed Trinity. There were roughly 15,000 children, women, and men living within 50 miles of the test site, and so began the atomic age. The goal of fission making atoms split each other, is to release massive energy. My focus today is on the prompt gamma and neutron pulse from fission. It is 5% of the total energy release, while persistent radioactivity is about 10%. That is fallout. This photo was taken from the plane that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. It is a mistake to say the photo is of the bomb. This cloud is what was moments before: buildings, trees, homes, girls, boys, women, and men. And this was the city of Nagasaki. These are inherently indiscriminate weapons of mass destruction. More than 2,000 nuclear explosions have already occurred. Our planet is deeply contaminated without even waging a full-scale nuclear war. And I need to take a moment to acknowledge a personal side. My government chose to use the first nuclear weapons on cities full of people. More than 200,000 people perished in the blasts or soon after. 5 years later, the US initiated a long-term study of the 1945 atomic bomb survivors. Researchers assumed that humanitarian aid from them might skew the results of the study. They did not provide medical treatment to the victims they studied. Data resulting from the atomic attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki is used widely, including by me here today. Speaking as only one woman, I need to say I'm sorry. I wish this history had never happened. But I continue to use these numbers because what they say is vital to our survival. Radiation, one back. Okay, we're out of sync. So hold. Radiation impacts our cells. When the reproductive cells are harmed, deformations are one outcome. This happens to all babies, plants, animals, humans. We also suffer loss of fertility, spontaneous abortion and miscarriage, possible heritable mutations, and avoidance of reproduction due to uncertainty. Radiation is invisible, but we can see the damage it has done to these chromosomes. And now again, ahead. Okay. A clear spike in deaths of infants followed the 1945 Trinity nuclear detonation. This finding in New Mexico was only recently reported by Tucker and Alvarez in 2019. Consequences of nuclear tests are tragic and often irreparable. Nuclear colonialism is responsible for disproportionate impact to indigenous peoples from nuclear weapons testing. New digital simulation of the French nuclear tests at the island of Marora by Sébastien Philippe and his team at Princeton reveals far greater impacts and to a wider area than previously acknowledged. Cancer is the most studied long-term consequence of non-lethal radiation exposure. When genetic material in a living cell is damaged, sometimes our bodies can repair that damage. Otherwise, the abnormal cells sit quietly in our body for years or even decades before it makes us sick. There is no way to predict which exposure will result in cancer. In general, more radiation equals more cancer risk. However, even an exposure too small to measure could sometimes result in cancer death. This report, The Biological Effects of Ionizing Radiation number 7, also called BEER 7, is the source of the data for the findings I'm about to present. It is all first-generation atomic bomb survivors, and I agree we need to understand better about the subsequent generations. Children's bodies are small, so the same amount of radiation delivers a larger dose. Since children are growing, the cells in their bodies are dividing more rapidly. The DNA in cells is more likely to be damaged in cell division. The A-bomb survivors were grouped by the age they were at the time of the bombing. These groups were tracked over their lifetimes. Cancer and cancer deaths were counted. This focus is on the outcome of the prompt radiation exposure from the bombs. There are problems with the data, but we can broadly say that those who were 5 years or younger when exposed had the most cancer at some point in their lives. And here is news, really major news. Girls in this youngest age group were twice as likely to get cancer at some point in the next 60 years than were boys. For every male in the birth to 5-year cohort that suffered cancer, 2 females got cancer. This is not all childhood cancer. It is total incidence. The BEER-7 report is where these numbers are found. The report itself does not discuss these details. I first published my findings in 2011. They are independent confirmation of work published by Dr. Arjun Makhijani and his team in 2006. It's extremely important to understand, unlike the US EPA, that little girls are not a subpopulation. We are an inextricable link in the human life cycle. And if we don't understand our life cycle, we are doomed. Biological sex was also a factor for those who were adults at the time of the bombings. Over their lifetime, women exposed as adults suffered 50% more cancer death than did men in the same age group. For every 2 men in these cohorts who died of cancer, 3 women died of cancer. This is the same information on a chart. However, it's also a scenario based on the primary data. The bottom shows the ages of the survivors in 1945. Those who are infants are grouped at the left. On the right are the elders. Each age cohort was tracked across their lives for 60 years. Cancers were recorded for each group. Each bar shows the rate of cancer per 100,000, as if everybody got the same radiation exposure adjusted to 1 gray. Like I said, this is a scenario. To more clearly see the impact of age and biological sex on outcome. And it is easy to see that females suffered more cancer than males in every age group, and the difference is greatest when the exposure is in childhood. So our chair mentioned the word why. The actual answer to the question, why is biological sex a factor in harm from exposure to ionizing radiation? Why? We don't know. One hypothesis from my mentor, the late Dr. Rosalie Bertel, is the greater amount of radiosensitive reproductive tissue in female bodies. This and other research questions need to be tested by qualified institutions of excellence, like some of you in this room. The answers will impact all of us. So my 3 takeaway points. 1, ionizing radiation is harmful to living cells. Harm is greater when children are exposed compared to adults. Number 2, at any age, radiation is more harmful to females than to males. Young girls are most harmed by radiation, measured as cancer across their lifetime. There are other types of harm from radiation. Radiation protection does not reflect this finding today. Prior to the work reported here, it was presumed that radiation, like the weapons that produce it, was indiscriminate. Not so. These points, this is point number 3, provide strong evidence for the jurisdiction of humanitarian law over fission, most especially nuclear weapons. The future is in our hands. I want to thank this community for all the work you do and for moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. Very important findings. I'm glad that you're back again and remind us about these important points. We are running slightly late already, early in the day. It's time for the coffee break now. So I would like to ask you all to be back here at 12 o'clock sharp, where we will have a moderated discussion, as I indicated at the start. I just want to say that those who do want to submit questions by Twitter, please do it through the conference hashtag. And we will make a selection of comments from the floor and comments received by Twitter. Thank you. time management is complete fiasco.
The session is about to resume.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. Dear colleagues, welcome back. After the coffee break, we are already running a bit late, so we need to proceed. We will now have first a moderated discussion with our panelists. And I'm very happy to be joined on the panel here as well with Izumi Nakamitsu, UN High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, and Ambassador Steffen Kongstad of Norway, recently retired. So those who want to speak and who do not have a microphone on their tables, there are 3 seats in the back of the room with 3 microphones. So please go to these tables and inform colleagues from our team. So there are 3 microphones in the back for those who don't have a microphone on their tables. And then those who want to submit questions via Twitter, please use the conference hashtag. We will collect these comments. I wanted to say that this is supposed to be an interactive discussion with the panelists, so I will not accept pre-prepared statements. So please ask questions. If you take the floor, please ask questions to the panelists. Thank you. The purpose of this discussion is to look at the importance and the transformational potential of looking at the nuclear weapons issue from a humanitarian perspective and from the perspective of risks. So let us start with Ambassador Kongstad. Stefan, you have played a pivotal role in developing the humanitarian disarmament approach, working on landmines, on cluster munitions, and also on nuclear weapons. So I wanted to ask you, what is your experience with reframing of the discourse of a weapons category into a humanitarian perspective? What's the importance, or what is the transformational potential of this approach? And how did the humanitarian initiative on nuclear weapons came about? Stefan?
Thank you very much, Alexander. The humanitarian approach came at a point in time when many of us found that the discussions on nuclear weapons had become rather stale and ritualistic. And the 2 NPT review conferences in 2000 and 2010, which had delivered some action points and were perceived as relatively successful, had not produced any real practical action. And that, of course, caused some frustration and impatience and challenged also the credibility of the whole NPT regime. At the same time, we saw that civil society and non-governmental organizations had over time largely become part of what we would call the nuclear establishment. And the various actors on all sides excelled in the intricacies of the nuclear issue. And to generalize, the NGOs and academia, to a large extent, had accepted that the nuclear issue was an extraordinarily complex and was different from all other arms-related issues. And the nuclear weapons and their possessors had to be treated with respect and understanding. So in this situation, it was a desire to revitalize the nuclear debate and inject some new dynamics into the issue. And that is why and how the humanitarian initiative was born. And that achieved different results. It moved the nuclear issue from something that had become quite abstract to something very concrete. It put the facts on the table. It also, and that's very important, also brought new actors, including the survivors, into the discussions. So the discourse was changed and new perspectives were developed. And the nuclear weapons issue was, in fact, reframed. The issue was no longer for the select few. And I can also add that in this situation, ICANN took really the opportunity and flourished and prospered. And it gained new ground and engaged people more widely. And today it continues as a very dynamic civil society organization, which is key to mobilizing interest and action. It was very early on established what we have already heard earlier in this session, that no country, no society would have the capacity to respond meaningfully to a nuclear weapons detonation. The devastation would be enormous and catastrophic. And many found it easy to conclude that a nuclear detonation was something to be avoided, and that it was necessary to remind people, including politicians and bureaucrats, that nuclear weapons were not an abstract to be forgotten or to ignore, but representing a reality that presented some fundamental challenges. So the nuclear issue went from being an academic issue to political action, and action based on facts. But what we have seen over the last years is that the nuclear option, meaning acquiring nuclear weapons, is being considered, contemplated in various capitals. And the latest nuclear saber rattling during the last months haven't really reduced that phenomenon. Rather, it has, as it has been pointed out by several observers, the nuclear taboo has been broken. After the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62, it was a taboo to make explicit threats to use nuclear weapons. Now that is apparently no longer the case. And this is, among other things, clearly undermining the whole non-proliferation regime, a regime that was already shaking. I think we have reached a point where it's more timely than ever to ask whether nuclear weapons can be providers of security, and if so, for whom and how. Another increasingly pressing question is the credibility of deterrence. Does it really work? And that in turn questions the rationality of having nuclear weapons. Much of the thinking, at least at governmental level, related to nuclear weapons is still marked by the Cold War thinking. And the situation was fundamentally different back then. Today, it is a situation which cannot be compared to what we had during the Cold War, which was basically bipolar, and both parties had a common understanding of the rules of the game and also applied the same kind of logic. That is hardly the case today. Nuclear weapons have become a provider of insecurity. So how do we deal with that? That is what I think is important to discuss seriously. I'm also tempted to quote from Professor Anthony Giddens' paradox, which is related to a different topic, but I quote, "Since the dangers posed by global warming are tangible, immediate or visible in the course of day-to-day life, however awesome they may appear, many will sit on their hands and do nothing concrete about them. Yet waiting until they become visible and acute before being stirred to serious action will by definition be too late." It refers to climate change, but it may be highly relevant for a nuclear weapons issue. I think we have to overcome ignorance, ignoring, and denial. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Just the last point you made, the comparison to climate change. Experts have been warning about climate change for decades, but there was no action taken until recently when the islands are sinking and the rainforest is burning. With nuclear weapons, we cannot wait for that. That's the point. So experts have been warning about the consequences and risks for decades. But it's the action part that is missing. Izumi, if I may turn to you, the multilateral nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime faces many challenges with many developments that are very disconcerting. So most trends are pointing in the wrong direction. The nuclear taboo, as Stefan has just said, is very much in danger. and we are on the cusp of a new qualitative and quantitative nuclear arms race, and also of more proliferation. There's undeniably great urgency to change direction. So how do you consider the value of focusing on the humanitarian consequences and risks of nuclear weapons as a means of highlighting the urgency for progress? And do you think that this has a unifying potential for the international community, something that is, of course, sorely missing today? I would also be interested to hear your views how the focus on the humanitarian aspect links to the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda. If I can give the floor to you, Izumi.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and many questions, very important questions. Thank you for them. You know, in the beginning, you described how things are going the wrong direction. I think it's absolutely true. We see it, we sense it. Not all these problems actually did, you know, they did not start with a Russian aggression on Ukraine. They were quite visible. We collectively warned it, the international community. The Secretary General himself have been already warning that these signs are there, and we must therefore, if you will, reverse the trend that we saw, which was qualitative arms race already starting, potentially also quantitative arms race already starting. So things were going wrong. I would say, however, that is exactly why we need to redouble our efforts. We absolutely have to stop the current direction and reverse it. Stefan, you talked about the NPT and the erosion or the continuing difficulties that we see in that platform. It is probably true that people are really frustrated because within that framework we did not see a progress in nuclear disarmament. But that's why we have to reactivate the NPT. Now, in all of that, I think the humanitarian approaches actually do help enormously. I already mentioned earlier today the history of humanitarian approaches that made an enormous impact in overall disarmament efforts, all the way going back to the St. Petersburg Declaration. So it is a very important part of our normative developments, international law developments. Humanitarian considerations always drove that strong movement as a human society to make sure that the humanitarian consequences will be avoided and minimized. So there is no reason why we should not adopt this consideration approach in the nuclear weapons area. It would make absolute sense to also apply this approach in the humanitarian area, in the nuclear disarmament area as well. Now, the important consideration that we need to combine this is exactly the risk factor of nuclear weapons. This is potentially existential threat. This is a unique category of weapon that could actually end the human race, wipe it out from this planet. So the risk factor is so high, and did we not live in the recent, still ongoing, COVID-19 pandemic, that we have to really take seriously low probability but high consequence risk. Pandemic was such a probability, and then we learned the lesson that we need to take those risks very seriously and tackle them collectively. So the combination of humanitarian approach and then taking those kinds of risks very seriously will, in my view, add renewed energy, momentum in the overall nuclear disarmament area. An area which we must absolutely urgently make a progress so that we will start actually reducing the risk that is imminent in front of us. And we feel that, especially in the European continent since February. It is also an important factor because I think this has been always an area of convergence. Across the regions, across various groups, nuclear weapon states, non-nuclear weapon states, and different regions, they see the humanitarian consequences and also the risk factor as a common ground. And therefore, in the August MPT, I hope that this will also become one of the convergences, and from there, there will be an actual progress that we could start building on. I already mentioned what the MPT states parties have actually said in 2010 in my earlier remarks. My final word, I hope that, tomorrow we will have a very important first meeting of states parties. I'm really looking forward to that. But I hope we will all agree that TPNW is not the end point. Our end point must be the elimination of nuclear weapons. TPNW, in our view, will really make a contribution to push all states to move towards the elimination. Let us absolutely remember and work towards the elimination point. That is the urgent priority that we have. I will repeat what the Secretary General says always. In order for us to actually get rid of the risk of nuclear weapons, we must eliminate nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to turn to Cordula first. The ICRC has a very strong position on the nuclear weapons issue, which is informed by your role both as a humanitarian organization and as the guardian of international humanitarian law. And the ICRC has also been a driving force behind the humanitarian disarmament approach over many decades now, of assessing the military utility arguments of weapons categories against their impact on humans. So what is the value of this humanitarian angle, the humanitarian approach, from the specific ICRC perspective, double perspective, so to say, especially on the nuclear weapons issue? Cordula?
Thank you very much. And indeed, in one word, I think the value of the humanitarian approach is that it is realistic and that it brings realism back into the room by looking at what it actually means for people, for the victims of those weapons when they are used. And this is something indeed that the ICRC has been trying to do with all weapons systematically, which is really to assess their effects on the ground, and this can be landmines, these were chemical weapons, and we have to do exactly the same with nuclear weapons. And often in these debates on weapons, we hear about how they are in fact, they can be very discriminate, and they can even have positive effects on the ground. They can be more precise, they can be more humanitarian. We very often hear this about weapons. Now, on nuclear weapons, of course, this is an argument that really cannot be made in any realistic or reasonable way, and so the abstraction goes even further, and we are told these weapons guarantee peace, because you can't say anything about what the weapon will have as a positive effect if actually used. But I think we have to look at the fact that these weapons exist, and that means there is a risk that they can be used, as Patricia just so well illustrated, and so we have to look at that and what the consequences are. And I think that is what provides the evidence of the jurisdiction of humanitarian law over fission, as Mary just put it so brilliantly, which is that it's hardly conceivable that if you use a weapon that cannot be contained, whose effects cannot be contained in time and space, that it could be compatible with the principles of distinction or proportionality in the international humanitarian law, which require you to spare civilians. How can that be the case realistically if you drop a nuclear weapon on a city. And I think this is where we have to really put both the humanitarian consequences, which is no other word for the realistic way, the only realistic way of using these weapons, with international humanitarian law. That's the first sort of international humanitarian law norm that I want to bring in connection with the humanitarian consequences. The second norm that I want to perhaps also bring in here a bit in segue to what Izumi was also talking about is the obligation of nuclear disarmament. And nuclear disarmament is an obligation of result. This is something that the International Court of Justice has reaffirmed. We all know it. And what we see today is rather a risk. We see the modernization of nuclear weapons arsenals. We see low yield and so-called tactical weapons being developed, which, you know, again lessens the taboo, breaks the taboo of their use. We see weapons being on high alert, which is also extremely worrying. We see threats made with nuclear weapons, and this has been going on for some years now, and again, you know, lowering the taboo, and all these risks have to be reversed. And ultimately, and we go back to these basics, that the nuclear weapons, just like any weapons, have to be, whether there is law or not, subject to the principle of humanity and the dictates of public conscience. And for the ICRC, the use or the threat of nuclear weapons are actually abhorrent to these principles.
Thank you so much. I want to pick up on your reference to realism. I think that's a very important point. So the humanitarian, that's also harking back to what Stefan said at the beginning. The humanitarian and risk focus looks at what we can in terms of evidence on the impact of nuclear weapons and what we do understand about risks and probabilities. So it makes a facts-based approach for the elimination of nuclear weapons, and that needs to be weighed against the arguments of nuclear weapons as provider of security because of nuclear deterrence, when deterrence is based on a lot of assumptions. So that's an interesting and important discussion that needs to take place between weighing what we know about consequences and risks against the assumptions that underpin nuclear deterrence. But of course, as Patricia said in her statement, in her presentation, with risks and probabilities and also with consequences, there is actually a lot that we don't know. So I'd like to bring you in, Patricia, now on the perspective of risks. And of course, it is often said that nuclear deterrence works because of the humanitarian consequences. So I want to ask you, how does this look from the combined perspective of humanitarian consequences and nuclear risks? What is it we know, and what is it we don't know about risks, and how deterrence works? What can we actually say about this with any certainty? And what are the repercussions of this regarding the utility of nuclear weapons? And to add yet another question, can a stronger focus on humanitarian consequences and risks alter the perception of the utility of nuclear weapons? So there's a lot, so you have 2 minutes to answer.
Thanks, Alex. I thought you were setting my next PhD topic. I mean, these are the huge questions, aren't they? Really huge. So the way I see it, nuclear deterrence relies on a number of factors, right? The whole concept of it. The first is, as you quite rightly point out, the overwhelming inhumane effects of nuclear weapons. They're so horrific, right? The second is, and this is where it gets weird, it rests on two things. One is the certainty that if a certain thing is done, an existential threat, for example, an invasion, etc., then Y will happen, nukes would be used. So that would be like, if you do this, then we will do that. And then the third thing is the uncertainty, the ambiguity is how they like to put it, as to how you might then interpret that. So you don't, in other words, it's to stop you even thinking about doing the thing that might bring about a nuclear weapons use. Right? Don't even think about it. And that's, so you've both got certainty and uncertainty playing into that. And the trouble I have with all of this is that that was developed for a very different time. It was developed in the Cold War over a long period of time. Some of it was quite crazy, to be honest, but some of it had some rationality behind it. And the risk of the hot war at that point was very high. The risk of an overwhelming world war. We'd just come out of 2 terrible world wars. And the idea that there might be this thing that would stay the hand, as it were, that would prevent the start of war. The risk versus benefit equation seemed, for a lot of people, to err on the side of having nuclear weapons and using them to deter. But what I would say is the risk-benefit equation has changed. And we haven't changed our doctrines to respond to that. And that's the problem. So we have a situation now where the norms have shifted, the governments, the political systems, the international system are all different from the time in which all of these thoughts were developed. And as Stefan has said, you know, there's no real sort of common understanding here. We've got no common approaches to values, ideals. We've got no common approach to the way the international system should be run anymore. We've got big generational changes, and people don't know what happened before, don't know the risks. We have a number of authoritarian leaders now rising. We have authoritarian governments. This is very different to a sort of a mutual shared respect and understanding for these types of weapon systems that were in the Cold War. And do we have an understanding of the mind of the other in the way that I think we imagined we did? We probably never had that really, but we imagined we did. And do we really know, therefore, what deters? And I think that one of the things that has changed is over decades is it's been very hard to find a situation in which most rational, sane leaders would ever consider the use of nuclear weapons. The benefit changed. The benefit side of the equation changed. And so the credibility of nuclear deterrence dropped quite dramatically, along with the salience of nuclear weapons. And so why would a rational actor use them today? What would be the situation that would ever lead to that? And yet what we have now is one leader who's just done exactly that. A founding member of the United Nations, a depository of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, has overtly threatened the use of nuclear weapons in Europe in order to reduce fear and to reduce any response to its own aggression, right? And it's completely and utterly unacceptable. And what I have to say is, well done, NATO, for not responding in kind. Can we just say that for a minute? Because it can't have been easy, right? That responsibility is so important. So I just want to leave it here, and I've said this before, but just imagine if we had got rid of nuclear weapons, or at least had got rid of almost all of them, or on our way to complete nuclear disarmament in the 1990s. President Putin couldn't have done this if we'd done that. We lost an opportunity. And so I think what's happened is this threat has woken us up again to the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons and the likelihood of use in a crisis that we were not imagining generally prior to that. And so we just need to keep talking about nuclear weapons and what they do. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you so much. Really important big questions and issues, and it's not really discussed anywhere else in the multilateral nuclear disarmament non-proliferation field. We can't really have this discussion, or we haven't had this discussion in the NPT, for example. And so it's good that we have this discussion here, because of course the consequences and risks are borne by everyone. So this is a discussion that really needs to take place at a much broader level. So even with all the uncertainties around it. Let me also bring in James. I wanted to ask if you would like to add to the comments that we've heard so far. Unity has, of course, done some important work of looking at disarmament through the humanitarian lens. How do you see these sort of large questions from a research perspective? And I would ask you to be brief because we're already over time, and I still wanted to give the floor to the opportunity for questions from the floor. James, please.
Thank you, and I will try to be brief. I think with the humanitarian agenda is something that UNIDIR has been working on for a number of years, and I think it provides a useful contrast to some of the more traditional ways of looking at arms control and disarmament. I think you often find there's this degree of cold calculatingness to the sort of traditional logic of arms control disarmament discussions, and I think looking through a humanitarian looking through this sort of lens allows us to do a number of things. So first of all, I think it helps and enables unpacking some of the differentiated effects of weapons use, which I think is valuable. A nuclear strike would be devastating for all those concerned, but it would not necessarily be equally harmful to all. There could be different effects for men, women, boys and girls. So I think having that sort of approach, it unlocks that understanding of different effects. I think it also allows a more critical lens and critical unpacking of some of the challenges that we face and some of the terminology which has just become assumed wisdom now. So breaking down some of these terms and looking critically from a very human lens as to the meaning of some of these issues. I'd also add that I think there's something quite valuable through this lens in looking not just at arms control and disarmament in terms of outputs, treaties, final documents, things like that, but actually trying to bring in a human aspect to looking at processes. And processes are important. We talk about the importance of dialogue. Indeed, I think that has become increasingly important now that we're starting to see the breakdown of relations between states, or very limited dialogue and understanding at all. So looking at these sort of processes in arms control and disarmament fits in here as well, and I think it's a powerful way moving forward and something that's increasingly important. And just a final point, I'm conscious of the time, but I think for people working in a scholarly manner, this sort of approach is also a mobilizing factor as well. So it's not just further research is required, there is a sort of driver which emerges from this, which can be a real powerful incentive for change in arms control and disarmament. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Also very good points. I have to say also my own observation over now many years working in this field, that the academic angles on nuclear weapons are, of course, almost exclusively from a security policy side, and it's still very limited how academia has responded to this kind of issues. So I think it's really important to work more on this, specifically since we hear all the uncertainties and that there's still so much that we need to do and we need to understand better. I would apologize to Mary because we are running over time, and I wanted to give the floor to delegates from the room for questions. I just wanted to repeat, please ask questions and not a pre-prepared statement. First, I have New Zealand Minister Twyford, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Clement. If I may, I would like to thank you and your team for organising this humanitarian conference, and also just acknowledge what a distinguished lineup of speakers we've had this morning, especially the survivors and their representatives. New Zealand is a very strong supporter of the TPNW, including the obligations on states to assist victims and also to remediate affected environments. My question to the speakers is, what should the TPNW regime prioritise in terms of assisting victims and remediating the environment?
Thank you so much for this question. I will take a couple of questions more and then go to the panel. Next on my list is Soko Gakkai, to be followed by IPPNW Germany. Soko Gakkai, I don't know where you are.
Yes, thanks so much for the insightful discussion. My name is Tomohiko Aishima, and I work for Soko Gakkai International. We have worked at the grassroots levels to promote peace and disarmament education, to raise the public's awareness of the inhumane and devastating consequences of nuclear weapons, especially through sharing the testimony of the hibakusha. In light of what you presented, and that extremely dangerous discourse which could lead to the proliferation of nuclear weapons is emerging, I'd like to reiterate our further commitment to promote peace and disarmament education, and also ask for your valuable input as to how best to continue raising awareness about the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons in a most effective manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your question. IPPNW Germany, please.
My name is Inga Blum from IPPNW Germany, and thank you for the very good and informative panel. I have one question. I heard sometimes the probability is low, but the risk is still very high. But I'm wondering, wouldn't it be more accurate and maybe more helpful for our cause to say, we really don't know what the probability is, but we do know that even if it is low, like for example 0.5% per year, that means a probability of about 30% in the lifetime of our kids to 2,100, or if it was 1%, we would be at 55%, so that's a really high risk. And I think that this is what many people don't understand, the idea of the cumulative risk, and what I'm missing sometimes in the debate. So maybe some ideas on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 3 questions now, which I wanted to take back to the panel, maybe starting with Izumi, if I may. It's here.
Yes, thank you very much. These 3 are all very important questions. On the first question, I think, Alexander, you will be better placed to answer what very serious discussions and preparations that you have been leading. As the Secretariat, we have been supporting, and quite frankly, we have been very impressed by the focus on the positive obligations. Mind you, this is the first nuclear disarmament treaty that really focused on the victim assistance and environmental restoration, and I think there are many very practical, important discussions. I'm also very curious to know what you think will be possible in starting tomorrow in the first meeting of states parties. Disarmament education, I think, there is a renewed highlights on that, not least because what I call the lived experience of survivors will be, will no longer be there to directly engage with as the time passes. And then we have to absolutely make sure that this will be passed on, because it really gives a strong motivation and understanding why we have to move towards elimination. But there is also a couple of other reasons why we need to. One is that so much, as captured by also Patricia, so much have changed in the overall international peace and security context. In the direct disarmament field also, just to name a few, emergence of science and technology, new technology rapidly developing, so that the multilateral processes are really not really catching up. There are new issues that we need to understand and tackle. That's another very strong reason why we need to focus on disarmament education. There are new domains that are not sufficiently governed, cyberspace and outer space. These will actually touch on how nuclear weapon risks might be exacerbated. So there are a whole range of reasons why we need to educate younger people especially, also educate, provide opportunities for diplomats who will be negotiating various agreements at international multilateral platforms. I would also add that it needs to be firmly linked up with youth engagement and empowerment activities. I think one important element that we see in the disarmament sphere is that how civil society activists moves the file so much. The energy, the voices that civil society people, especially younger people, can bring will give new, innovative, creative forces for disarmament. For that, younger people has to have the knowledge, of course, through the education, but also empowerment opportunities so that they will be leaders of these movements. So for us, the UN, it is one of the top priority issues. I'll stop at that.
Thank you so much. Maybe Stefan would...
Thank you. I agree that these are very important questions. On the first one, I'm not a state part of the TPNW, so I think I leave that to you as well. But I don't see why you can't do both. On disarmament education, I agree with Izumi that it is very important. And as we don't have, as times go by, that we don't have victims from the past, we need to certainly improve our disarmament education. But I think from what I have seen, traditionally it has been rather classic in the sense that it's very much operating within that traditional disarmament bubble, and it needs to be broadened to bring in different kinds of aspects, including the humanitarian aspect. On the probabilities and risks, well, I think it's very important what also Patricia referred to, that we have very different circumstances today, and the picture is very unclear. And there are not the same kind of rules and norms and standards that were more or less applied in the past. And that is a very unpredictable situation, which we have to take into consideration.
Thanks, Stefan. Patricia, would you like to add to the insecurity, unpredictability question?
Yes, indeed. I mean, I think that's quite right. It's mostly uncertainty that dominates the probability equation, and that's true for almost all these types of probability distributions when it comes to what are called low probability, high impact. I think we should call them uncertain or unknown probability, high impact. I think that would be more accurate. I wanted to look at the victim assistance issue, and I've got lots of ideas about that actually, but I wanted to say, why not? So prevention is really important. And you know, if you go into the medical profession, prevention is where it's at now in terms of preventing disease, and this is where we should be focusing in terms of victim assistance. And I wanted to ask Mary whether or not, we've talked about for years no use as an idea, no first use, no use. What about something to make people think no use against civilians, especially women and children?
I'm all in, totally in. I want to just say 3 more sentences. First, hallelujah, we have a treaty that is going to engage with the people who've been harmed. However, it is so vital that there be acknowledgement of the harm along with the discussion of what to do about it. There is such a long history of denying that radiation hurts people. So step one is acknowledgement, listening, identifying of current additional harm potential, and then the rest of the conversation.
Thanks, Mary. Cordula? Do you want to add anything, or James?
Well, just very briefly on the education, I think indeed we have to bank on the youth, and it's quite hard sometimes. But you know, I sort of feel that in the minds of many young people, you know, the existential threat to the planet is climate. But in fact, there are two existential threats to the climate. One is climate change, and the other one is nuclear weapons. And I sort of hope that we can pass that message. In terms of assistance, I also feel that you know, on the one hand, research and knowledge, and just the acknowledgement as well, and at the ICRC, but also in other humanitarian organizations, one of the things that we look at a lot is also mental health and psychosocial support. And that links a bit to what Mary was telling us about the gender impacts, and the biological gender impacts, of course, are critical and so important. But there's also, you know, in these sufferings from war and from nuclear weapons, sometimes the worst scars are in the minds. And there's also a gender impact to that. And I think the social ostracization, the isolation of women and children also, that have been victims of nuclear weapons or nuclear tests, indeed, is also important to acknowledge. And I think there's a gender angle to that as well that we need to take into account in the assistance that we provide and the support that we provide.
Thanks so much. James, do you want to add?
Just very quickly on the issue of risk, sort of echoing the point that Patricia made, we really don't have enough meaningful historical data in order to actually come to significant estimates of probability. It seems it's just not realistic to expect to be able to do that. We can say the risk is not zero, we could say it has increased, but we can't actually come up with a meaningful figure because we just don't have the data. So I think, just to echo Patricia's point, we really are in the realm of uncertainty and potentially unknown unknowns, particularly as the current climate is changing and not for the better at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, James. There was one request from the floor before from Canada. I don't know if you still want to take the floor. Please.
Canada, so I have no political party affiliation. However, my name is Senator Mary Lou McPhedran, and I have a question about research, and it is to any of the panelists, but in particular to Mary Olson, and that is, are we finished with the research on this, or what more needs to be done?
Thanks a lot. Very pertinent question. It goes to the whole panel, but also specifically to Mary. Maybe you first.
We are not done. The question of why has not been addressed by anyone. And 8 years ago, I came to the Vienna conference of 2014. It was a cutting-edge piece of news that there is a difference between a female body and how it is harmed, and a male body and how it is less harmed. So here I am again, 8 years later, and I am so joyful that 3 other speakers mentioned the word gender and gender differences and the relevance to humanitarian impacts. That is movement. But unfortunately, no one else is publishing on this, and I'm an old lady now. I need the young people in this room to get their other colleagues to decide to get their PhD in why is there a difference between a male body and a female body when it comes to ionizing radiation. So no, we are not done. The question of why is wide open. But then beyond that, what does it mean for all of life? What does it mean for our life cycle? The reproductive end of the life cycle is not part of my data. And also beyond our species. How is this impacting our planet? Because the massive testing, over 2,000 detonations, has had an enormous consequence on the entire living fabric of the planet Earth. So enormous amount of work to do. And work, however, that can be taken with hope if we can, in fact, get rid of these weapons.
Thanks, Mary. I don't attempt to summarize this panel. We will try to do this during the course of the day. But what I do take away is the notion of insecurity, of uncertainty. And of course, also the argument for nuclear weapons comes from uncertainty about future security developments. So we have uncertainty about security developments, and the answer to that is a system that is itself fraught with uncertainties. So I think that should give a lot of pause for thought, and certainly for more conversation and for a broad and inclusive conversation, given the fact that the humanitarian consequences and risks that are the result of these uncertainties, or the potential result, are shared by everyone. So I thought it was a very interesting panel and good discussion. I hope you share that view. And I wanted to ask you to give a big hand to our panelists. Thank you. This brings the morning session to a finish, which was partly revisiting some of what we know. In fact, we learned that there's a lot we don't know. Please be back in the room sharp at 2:30. And in the afternoon, we will look at some of the more recent developments and recent research. Thank you very much. Lunch is served outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats for the start of the afternoon program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We start the afternoon session as we started the morning with an address by a Nobel Prize winner, this time for chemistry. John C. Polanyi is a Canadian chemist with European roots who won the 1986 Nobel Prize for his research in chemical kinetics. Beyond his scientific work, he's also a prolific writer on science policy, the impact of science on society and arms control. Mr. Polanyi, the floor is yours.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you, Ambassador Cment, for suggesting that I give a brief reminiscence of the birth of our nuclear age, which has brought us all together in this beautiful town with a somber subject. What my remarks should illustrate is the speed of today's changes, as well as the responsibility of scientists for them. With 20 million killed in World War I and 60 million in World War II, mankind showed it could mass produce death. Then A-bombs increased the power of weaponry 1,000-fold, H-bombs by 1,000,000-fold. The world took note and reduced the number of these weapons to a few thousand. That's the good news. The bad news is that this residue, as everybody in this hall knows, can destroy civilizations. So how did this new world come into being? It owes its existence to the power of modern science. But that's also should be taken as good news, since it testifies to the ability of an international community that I have the honor to belong to, namely the scientists, to cooperate with each other around the world while competing fiercely. For science is highly competitive while being supremely cooperative. Rarely today do you see a scientific paper with a single author on it. Isaac Newton's claim to be standing on the shoulders of giants was genuine enough. Science shows the ability of competitors to share. Applied to the world at large, that would be transformative. But how do we combine competition with collaboration? This happens in societies linked by trust. Only occasionally do you see, well, let me put it differently, only occasionally do scientists stop to verify another person's findings. For the most part, they believe their colleagues. The success of science shows that this trust is well placed. The obligation to speak the truth applies rigorously in science. We make the penalty for falsehood severe. It's lifelong banishment from the community of science. The trust has some interesting implications. It carries an important message. We are all valid observers. Testament to this came from the acceptance by the scientific community of Albert Einstein, a stateless patent clerk, as he then was, as having the right to challenge science's highest authorities. This affirmed, I think, the most fundamental of human rights, the right to be heard. Tyrannies hold to a different ethic. For them, the truth takes second place to utility. Accordingly, they turn out to be inhospitable to science. I just might remind you that a century ago, German science reigned supreme. Within a decade, the Nazis had destroyed it. The science they put in its place was spurious, racial purity. Communism's false science was that of an unending class struggle. Societies that, in that fashion, elevate doctrine over truth soon lose sight of the truth. And that's why we live in some fear today of China. The fear extends to the possibility that it might blunder into war over Taiwan. Where will the world shelter if these nuclear powers come to blows? That's what brings us together here today. The contending parties are bound by the UN Charter, making aggression a crime. In 1945, following 2 world wars and the Nuremberg trials, the world demanded an end to might as the arbiter of right. They did so because might is without reason. It lacks validity. Reason gave us science, laws of nature, and some laws of man. From these laws came courts, where laws can be argued. There is a profound difference between that and the rule of the gun. But to set the gun aside will require an act of will, opposing the continual call for more armaments. The rationale for arming is fundamentally that others do it. This defies logic, since it's a race to no destination except war, and that we can no longer tolerate. A turning away from war is evidenced by the decline in interstate violence over the past 3/4 of a century. Objectively, peace seemed to be winning until Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This meeting contemplates the terrible consequences of nuclear war, from which we've been saved for 70 years by no more than a notional taboo. However, the legislation now exists to transform that taboo into law. It is, I hardly need tell you, the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which will be the topic over the coming days. The outlawing of slaughter has been proposed several times before. Then it's been laughed at. Not so fast, the proponents of this ban were told. But then they found that the little by little development that they were being offered meant never. They clearly needed to make a break with the past. One such break, we should remind ourselves, ended the burning of heretics. Another ended murders sanctioned as duels. A third ended torture en route to slavery. Then, as one hopes now, humanity cried out for change. Together, we can make this such a moment. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polanyi. We now turn to our second session on the impact of nuclear weapons on people and the planet, new developments and findings. This session will be moderated by Ms. Rebecca Jovin, our new Chief of Office of the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs in Vienna. Rebecca, over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This is working. Great. All right, welcome to session 2. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you to our Austrian hosts for having us today. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this session, which is really about looking at new findings as they relate to the impact of nuclear weapons on humans, on food security, on the climate, on the environment, on the health, and on our communities. And I think a lot of these themes have already featured quite prominently this morning, and I'm excited to continue the conversation with our great panel we have here this afternoon. We heard this morning that we're not done with research. I was very pleased to hear that call. Certainly, I think the session we have prepared for you this afternoon is a great example of the evolution in science and research and new study on this important area of work. So I'm really looking forward to our conversation. We've assembled a group of great experts who will look at the specific angles of humanitarian consequences. And I will not introduce them individually to you. You have their bios in front of you in your conference packets. But just to say, we'll start, as we did this morning, with presentations and then hopefully an interactive discussion. So unfortunately, just to let you know, one change in the program, Sebastian Philipp from Princeton University was unable to travel to attend the conference, so he's been replaced graciously by his colleagues, Alex Glasner. So thank you for being here, Alex Glasner, and we look forward to hearing from you as well. So without further ado, I would like to start with Moritz Kühn from the Institute for Peace Research and Security Policy at the University of Hamburg. Moritz, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. So I had a presentation that probably should come, but anyway, so my talk is titled "There Are No Small Nuclear Weapons," and this is inspired, or inspired is probably the wrong word, but by the recent events in the Ukraine, where Russia threatened to use nuclear weapons, and commentators basically said, so this is not the first slide, but I mean, it's the slide we get to eventually. Sorry about that. Okay. So there are no small nuclear weapons inspired or initiated by the events in the Ukraine, where Russia threatened to use nuclear weapons. And commentators speculate that this might be a small nuclear weapon first. So they said probably Russia is going to use a small nuclear weapon. But this is not the only story about small nuclear weapons. Small nuclear weapons have been in the discussion by all other nuclear weapon states that said we want small weapons that probably we can use, that might be more usable than the other weapons we have in our arsenal. So in my research, I was wondering, what is it about these small nuclear weapons? What is it that these are all talking about? And so I'm looking at the humanitarian impact of a single small nuclear weapon. And I think my title gives the findings away, so that's probably too early. But the conclusion basically is there are no small nuclear weapons. To start off with, it's important to know the explosive power of nuclear weapons, the measurement that we physicists use to measure the size. And it's called the yield, and it's measured in 1,000 tons of conventional explosive equivalent. This is the kiloton, or KT. And just to show you what this means, I have this little dot. This is 1 ton of explosive, so really a massive amount. 10 of these dots is the biggest conventional weapon that there is in the world's arsenals. And 1 kiloton would actually look like this. It's 1,000 of these dots. If you want to describe weapons that were used, like the weapons in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, I would actually have to shrink this. It wouldn't fit on the screen. You have to actually make it smaller because it was 21 kilotons in Nagasaki and 13 kilotons in Hiroshima. And today's arsenals, most weapons actually are even bigger. So they have 100 kilotons and more. So 100 of these dots with 1,000 dots. What would happen if this would be used? And I go back to the 1 kiloton, and I actually focused on the effects of such a weapon on our conference center here, because I thought this is what people can actually imagine. So if you look at the map, you see this little star, and the dashed line shows where you can walk in 5 minutes. So you basically get to the river, roughly, or to the bridge, or to the train station. And this 5-minute circle is actually the radius of the strong blast wave that a nuclear weapon explosion of 1 kiloton would produce, the 12 psi blast wave, the pressure. This overpressure would destroy this building here, and it would basically kill everyone. So 98% of the people would die as a cause of this overpressure. But nuclear weapons have other effects, and we heard of them already in the morning. They have thermal radiation, and for small weapons, this actually goes further than the blast wave. So the thermal radiation goes about 500 meters away from ground zero for this small weapon. It ignites all burnable materials, initiates mass fires, and people who are outside get third-degree burns. Weapons also have ionizing radiation, and this is actually the effect for this small weapon that goes the furthest, nearly 1 kilometer, 810 meters, even across the river. It's invisible, it causes radiation sickness, and 50% of the people who would be in this radius would die within 30 days. So often people show casualty estimates on these slides and say this is the number of people that might actually die. I said this is probably not what I want because we don't know where such a small weapon would explode. And it depends, of course, on the population density, on the location of the people, and the available medical care. And for the medical care, there's one example I want to make that was not mentioned before. So of all the people that get these third-degree burns, they will all die if they don't get medical treatment. And so we would say, okay, fine, we send them to the hospital. And if this would happen in Austria, there's less than 20 specialized beds in the hospitals in all of Austria to treat people with third-degree burns. And you can imagine if this happens here, we're talking about hundreds or thousands of people who get these burns. And so everyone else basically would be left to die. So as I said, in cities, this will probably have thousands of immediate casualties. And we also heard earlier this morning that from weapon explosions, we will have additional health effects that come after weeks, months, and years. We also have additional effects, that's the fallout. Fallout happens if a nuclear weapon explodes on the ground. Usually militaries tend to explode weapons somewhere in the air because that optimizes the effect, which is already kind of weird, but if it explodes on the ground, it actually has an additional effect that's called fallout, And for this, with a small nuclear weapon, I actually have to zoom out from this, what we have seen before. And fallout is the dispersal of radioactive particles, depending on wind and rain. It goes either in this direction that I've shown here or in some other direction. And if there's more rain, it gets washed out from the atmosphere to the ground. It also has radiation effects. So the red area is the area where 50% of the people would die within 30 days. And the yellow area is an area where the radiation is strong enough to increase the cancer rates. So this would happen in a city, of course, there would be more casualties. If this would happen outside of population centers, the fallout would affect the agricultural production and the water supplies. And the tricky part here is that we really wouldn't know where it would be going. I mean, you can imagine, of course, we can look at the wind direction at the time of the explosion, but really especially when there's a war around, we don't really have some people taking notes, and we might not have the measurement devices to actually check where this fallout has appeared. So these two effects are effects that we, as physicists, know relatively well from the more than 2,000 nuclear weapon tests, and we've seen what is happening. And so I'm going to talk about two other effects of a small nuclear weapon that we basically don't really know well. So I'm basically laying out what could be studied in the future. So the first is the social and psychological effects after the use. And we know from 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl, the two reactor accidents, that afterwards mental health is actually considered the biggest problem of these disasters. And if you imagine a nuclear weapon exploding, you will see that actually we will see this on all kinds of technological devices. We will see this on TV, probably from space. We will probably have the first kind of satellite image of a mushroom cloud. We'll have people using their cell phones, taking pictures from all sides, taking videos and posting them online. So every one of us basically will stop whatever we are doing and looking at our devices and seeing that this is happening, wherever it is happening. And we know from some studies, but they're limited, that this news and social media exposure will have overwhelming negative mental health consequences. And people have studied this after 9/11 and after Fukushima, but I think social media actually continues to increase, so this effect will only get stronger, and we haven't really studied this, and it's really hard to imagine what would happen at this point. And then, of course, there might be escalation. So a single nuclear weapon use is very likely not the last step. And so while I was in Princeton, together with colleagues, we had this simulation that's called Plan A, where we start with one nuclear weapon exchange between Russia and the United States, and it ends, as you can see on the slides, with this massive exchange of nuclear weapons. And this is not only us that say this is what happens. So General Hyten, who was the head of US Strategic Command, once said after playing war games, which is what the militaries do to figure out what to do in case of a nuclear attack, he said, we played a big exercise, and how do you think it ends? He says, it ends bad, and the bad means global nuclear war. And so that especially happens repeatedly. He says even it ends the same way every time. So on my last slide that I want to show you is what would this global nuclear war consist of in terms of the size of nuclear weapons. And so if we look at the global nuclear arsenal, and there's about 13,000 weapons, of which about 3,000 are scheduled for dismantlement, so about 10,000 weapons ready to be used, and less than 10% of them, 750, are of the size of Nagasaki or smaller. And so only 750 weapons are really in a category that is Nagasaki size, so one that I would not call small. 3,700 weapons have an explosive power up to 5 times larger, up to 100 kilotons. And then beyond that, this is the biggest fraction, 4,050 weapons have a yield that is 150 kilotons up to 5 megatons, or 5,000 kilotons, or 5 million tons of TNT. And then there's a small fraction that I'll list here because I couldn't find the information. It's not that the weapon states actually tell us how big the yield is, so we rely on the work of experts to actually estimate this yield. But you can see that even if there were a nuclear weapon and there is a global nuclear war, very likely it will quickly go to these larger sizes. And so to summarize 3 takeaways, as the title said, I think there are no small nuclear weapons because the direct effects, even of a small, so-called small weapon, would be catastrophic. We have unknown global social and psychological effects that we can't really oversee, and any use likely triggers an escalation that then involves bigger weapons, as we have seen. And with this, I thank you for your attention, and yeah.
Thank you, Moritz. Thank you, and I think your presentation is really timely given all the talk as of late about small, so-called small nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons. So I think you've given us a really great expose of the historic facts and some of the potential consequences of any use. Perhaps we'll continue with Michael, if that's okay. Michael Mills from the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado. He's going to speak to us today about the impacts of nuclear war on the global climate and ozone loss. Please, Michael.
Thanks. I'm going to try to use my own laptop if that will work. But there is a... There. Okay, I just connected it. Perfect. I've come here to present an overview of recent research which has led myself and my colleagues to conclude that even a regional nuclear war would have global impacts on the environment, and that a nuclear war between Russia and the United States could plunge global temperatures below those seen in the last ice age. These are some of my colleagues whose work I'll be presenting today. The use of nuclear weapons in urban centers produces historic, horrific local devastation, as evidenced in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But in addition to the death and destruction from the initial explosion, nuclear weapons produce firestorms which build for hours, turning targeted cities into fuel for their own destruction. The Hiroshima firestorm produced 1,000 times the energy of the bomb that ignited it. If 100 atomic bombs, the size used on Hiroshima, were detonated in modern cities, the firestorms would produce millions of tons of smoke. The smoke would rise high into the atmosphere and circle the globe for years, blocking out sunlight, causing temperatures and precipitation to drop. This would cause crops to fail around the world, leading to global suffering. This illustration shows how the sky would look on a cloudless day, filling the stratosphere with black smoke high above cloud levels where it's immune to rainout. And this is what a cloudless sky would look like after a war between the United States and Russia. The global stratospheric smoke layer would block out 70% of the sunlight that normally reaches the Earth's surface for years following a nuclear war. What you're about to see is a climate simulation of the aftermath of a nuclear war in which India and Pakistan each used 50 atomic bombs, which is less than half their current arsenal, on each other's cities in a single day. The millions of tons of smoke produced in the region spreads around the globe within days and covers most of the globe within a few weeks, following the same mechanism that would produce a nuclear winter after a larger nuclear war. This chart shows a history of the arms race between the United States and Russia, with the number of nuclear weapons on the vertical axis and the date on the horizontal axis. The number of nuclear weapons grew throughout the Cold War and began to drop in the mid-1980s. But the drop was not due to the end of the Soviet Union, which occurred later. The number of nuclear weapons on the planet began to decrease after the intensive discussion of the direct and indirect effects of nuclear weapons in the 1980s, stimulated by the work of US and Russian scientists on nuclear winter. This plot shows 5 million tons of sooty smoke over India and Pakistan on day one after a nuclear war. On the horizontal axis is latitude from the South Pole on the left to the North Pole on the right. The vertical axis is altitude from the surface up to 95 kilometers in a climate model that extends to 145 kilometers. And I've marked the major regions of the atmosphere with the troposphere closest to the surface, that's where weather occurs, and above that you have the stratosphere where the ozone layer is, and above that the mesosphere. Heated by sunlight, the black smoke quickly rises into the stratosphere and even the mesosphere. Once above the troposphere, it is immune to being rained out, and it spreads quickly around the globe to all latitudes. The smoke will remain there, carried by winds, for years to follow. Now, there was a recent paper by John Reisner and colleagues at the Los Alamos National Lab, which made the claim that very little smoke from burning cities and firestorms could reach the stratosphere. And they further claimed that their calculations represented an upper bound for nuclear wars. But in a response by Alan Robach, Brian Toon, and Chuck Bardeen, they showed that this study was wrong for a number of reasons. First of all, they modeled the wrong kind of fire. They simulated a fire in a suburban Atlanta neighborhood with a golf course and tree cover, not densely packed buildings. They omitted factors that are known to be important to lofting the smoke. They used high winds, and they only ran their model for 40 minutes, which is not long enough to produce a firestorm. As you can see in this picture, 3 hours after Hiroshima was bombed, the smoke from the firestorm was observed rising well into the stratosphere, 16 kilometers. This is something that the Reisner paper claims is not possible. In fact, observations show that wildfires regularly inject amounts of smoke into the stratosphere that are comparable to or larger than those from a burning city. Here we see many examples of wildfires around the world in the last 2 decades. Single events and fire seasons which injected as much smoke into the stratosphere as we had estimate from firestorms in up to 40 cities. These satellite images show the millions of tons of smoke that were injected into the stratosphere from wildfires in recent years, which lingered there for months and years. A paper in 2019 by Brian Toon and colleagues presented calculations for a US-Russia war and also updated the estimated smoke for an India-Pakistan war. So you can see the dark blue case is what was estimated in 2008 for an India-Pakistan war, producing 5 million tons of smoke. And the light blue, black, yellow, and red cases are updated estimates with larger arsenals in India and Pakistan, and smoke ranging from 16 to 47 million tons. And finally, the green cases for a US-Russia war, which would produce 150 million tons of smoke. The plot on the left shows decreases in sunlight reaching the Earth's surface. The plot on the upper right corner shows decreases in global average precipitation, and the plot in the lower right shows decreases in global average temperature. The purple vertical bar represents the range of temperatures during the height of the last ice age, about 20,000 years ago. We can see that a US-Russia war would block out 70% of the sunlight for years and cause global temperatures to drop below those seen in the last ice age and precipitation to drop by 60%. An India-Pakistan war might be about half as bad, and in many cases resulting in ice age temperatures as well. And even in the smallest case, where you have only 5 million tons of smoke, the temperatures would actually be below those of what was called the Little Ice Age, which drove the Vikings out of Greenland. At the same time that the smoke is cooling the surface, it would be heating the stratosphere by more than 50 degrees Celsius over several years. Here we see the effect of this dramatic heating on the Earth's protective ozone layer. We compare on the left today's ozone layer with an ozone hole that forms seasonally over Antarctica, and more healthy levels at other latitudes shown in green, yellow, and red, to a post-war ozone layer on the right where all the green, yellow, and reds are gone, and we have a near global ozone hole. And this is for an estimate with the smallest estimates of smoke of only 5 million tons. After a US-Russia war, temperatures at mid-latitudes would remain below freezing for years to follow. Here we see examples for the normal and post-war temperatures in Ukraine and in Iowa, a state in the Midwest in the United States. The vertical axis is temperature in degrees Celsius, and the horizontal axis is time, spanning 2.5 years. The center line represents freezing. The temperatures would remain below freezing for years, making this a true nuclear winter, and it would eliminate agriculture at mid-latitudes, leading to mass starvation. In summary, these are my main points. A regional nuclear war between India and Pakistan would create urban firestorms and produce up to 47 million tons of smoke in the stratosphere. Much lower estimates of only 5 million tons would cool global temperatures to below those in the Little Ice Age, as well as producing a near-global ozone hole. And a US-Russia war could produce 150 million tons of smoke in the stratosphere, plunging mid-latitude temperatures below zero for years. This would be a true nuclear winter, making agriculture impossible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for that presentation. I mean, often we refer to nuclear weapons and climate change as the two existential threats to humanity, but you've shown us actually how the two connect as well, and what the implications of nuclear weapons use would be also for the climate change agenda as well. So thank you for sharing your perspectives. And obviously, you've mentioned the impact also on agriculture. Production from that is a good segue to our next presenter, Kim Scherer from the Department of Biological Sciences at the University of Bergen in Norway. And Kim will speak to us about how nuclear war can disrupt the global food system, regional conflict, and global consequences. Please, Kim, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm also using my own laptop, so there it is. Yeah, I will continue on where Mike left off, essentially talking about the most recent research on global food security after nuclear war. And I want to start by acknowledging my collaborators on whose behalf I present this work. The key question that we have investigated in a series of recent scientific studies is: how would the climatic perturbation after a nuclear war affect global food production and food supply? And I'll give you the short answers directly. First, that cooling, darkening, and less precipitation after a nuclear war would decrease global food production on land and in the sea. Second, that a regional nuclear war would compromise global food security. And third, that widespread global famine is likely to ensue after a larger nuclear war. So you have just seen that soot from the fires after nuclear detonations could impact Earth's climate. And the effects of such soot emissions have been simulated with so-called Earth system models, the same kind of models used to simulate the effects of climate change. My colleagues have developed a range of scenarios of nuclear conflicts where the most important factor for our analysis is how much soot is emitted into the atmosphere. Here it's going to be in million tons to the left. You also see in this table how many weapons are used and their yields, and examples of the nations that could be involved. Although the exact nations are not very important for our results. This 5 million ton soot case uses well below 1% of the global nuclear weapons arsenal, but scenarios larger than that, up to a large-scale war between the US and Russia, have been simulated. So the Earth system models simulate changes in climate variables, and these are shown here by the maps where decreases are in brown and increases in green. It's estimated that the war scenarios in the previous table can cause between a 5% and 70% reduction in incoming sunlight, between an 8% and 60% reduction in global average precipitation, and between a 1.5 and 10 degrees Celsius reduction in global average air temperature, like you just seen. And to give you a sense of the magnitude, just think about the goal of the Paris Agreement to keep warming well below 2 degrees Celsius. These climatic changes have then been used in global crop models to estimate the effects on food production. And this map here shows the change in maize yields around the world after a regional war between India and Pakistan, emitting 5 million tons of soot. For total global calories production from the world's 4 major crops, this study found an average decline of 11%, sustained during 5 years. And to put this in perspective, I show here the largest single-year reduction recorded in modern history, compared with this 5-year global average reduction of 11% after a nuclear war. And I also want to point out that the temperate regions are hit harder than the global average. Their crop production is reduced by about 1/3 for 5 consecutive years after the war. The study estimates that global food reserves would be exhausted within a few years and that trade would cease. And the combined effect of this and the climatic change mean that 3.7 billion people would suffer a staple crop reduction of more than 10%, and 600 million people suffer a staple crop reduction of more than 30%, and many of them located in the global south. There are several limitations in our analysis. For example, we assume that food production infrastructure is intact, meaning that there is enough fuel, fertilizer, and labor to farm. Further, we assume that there is no radioactive contamination of food outside of the bombed areas, and this has been discussed earlier today. And due to the uncertainties, we have not adjusted the human population for direct casualties. In another study, we investigated if we could turn to the oceans for food. And we found that the temperature reduction would be smaller in the sea than on land, making fisheries production less effective than crop production. But global cereal production and livestock combined provides almost 30 times more food than marine fisheries. And since many fisheries worldwide are overfished, it's difficult to increase fish catches in this kind of global food emergency. If all fish stocks were abundant and well managed before the war, we estimate that a much larger amount of fish could be temporarily caught in the ocean, but it's generally not enough to offset the losses on land. And finally, I will present findings from a study that's in progress that focuses on the impact on food supply. So today, there's enough calories produced worldwide to sustain all of humanity. So if calories were distributed equally through trade, no one would have to starve. But during a major global food production crisis like this, there's a high risk that global food trade would break down. And since many countries are not self-sufficient, this would have huge humanitarian consequences. This figure here is a bit complicated, but it will show the global number of people that cannot be sustained by domestic food production after a war, and for 6 nuclear war scenarios of increasing magnitude. So we estimated this by taking the domestic food production of each country, provided as many of its inhabitants as possible with the minimum calories required to maintain normal activity, and then the rest of the national population is left completely without food. If we do this kind of thought experiment for 2010, without a climate shock, about 350 million people would be left without food. But due to the climate impact after a war, the number of people starving by the end of year 2 post-war ranges from about 500 million people in the smallest scenario up to 5.5 billion in the largest. We also investigated how much it would help if humanity adapts by consuming all of the livestock, grain feed, and domestic food waste. And these kinds of adaptations can clearly mitigate the situation, but the number of people starving is still estimated to be between 200 million and 5 billion. So just to repeat my answers to the question, cooling, darkening, and less precipitation after a nuclear war would decrease global food production on land and in the sea. A regional nuclear war would compromise global food security, and widespread global famine is likely to ensue after a larger nuclear war. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Definitely very compelling presentation you've given us. I think the issue of global food insecurity is one that is certainly predominating discussions now. The war in Ukraine has amplified those narratives, and certainly the implications for the humanitarian implications are paramount, as are also the obstacles to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030 related to this dimension. So thank you for showing us the findings from your and your colleagues' research, and also the implications for this issue from so-called limited nuclear conflict. I'd like to turn from this to Alexander Glaser, who again is kindly replacing Sébastien Philippe in the panel, and he will speak to us about the environmental impact of nuclear weapons. Specifically, his presentation is on reconstructing the radiological impact from past nuclear tests. Alex, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. First, I want to commend the organizers for making this event possible. I thank you all for coming. Obviously, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here and to present this work, which I believe is quite groundbreaking in many ways. As was pointed out, it's really an effort led by Sébastien Philippe at Princeton, and while we collaborate on many projects, we did not collaborate on this particular one. I was not involved, so I want to make clear that I don't deserve any credit for this, as I said, I believe, groundbreaking work. Now, as you know, there are still more than 10,000 nuclear weapons worldwide. And from the very beginning, nuclear weapon states sought to develop miniaturized nuclear weapons while maximizing their efficiency and destructive power. And all this resulted in extensive testing of nuclear weapons since 1945. The legacy and the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons then really begins in the early 1940s, but certainly with the very first test in July 1945, the Trinity test in the desert of New Mexico. And we know today that even that test, even though it was conducted in a remote area in the US, has led to several hundred, perhaps on the order of 1,000 additional cancer deaths, mostly in the population of New Mexico. Here's another example, a rather extreme example that highlights the scale of the impact of nuclear testing. And we heard earlier this morning this powerful testimony by Danity Locon, which referenced this particular test. This was the most powerful test that the US ever conducted, and due to a mistake in the calculations, the yield of that weapon was actually much higher than originally anticipated, on the order of 15 megatons, which corresponds to about 1,000 Hiroshima-type weapons. And the radioactive fallout from that single test spread over more than 11,000 square kilometers, and obviously affected populations and ecosystems hundreds of miles away. Now, altogether, weapon states conducted more than 2,000 nuclear weapon tests, most of them, fortunately, underground, but more than 500 were atmospheric tests. And many communities worldwide were directly affected by these tests, and you can see them on this map, so I won't read them all, but highlight perhaps a few. There's, Algeria, Australia, Kazakhstan, and especially, of course, communities in the Pacific, the Marshall Islands. We heard about briefly this morning, but also in French Polynesia. Now, how can we understand the radiological impact of these nuclear tests? Well, we need a modeling framework, and here it is. This is what Sebastian and his team has worked on in the past 2 years. And of course, we won't go into any detail here today, but I want to highlight two aspects which I think are quite important. First, this is all built on open source software, so ultimately we will be able, or he will be able to share this with the community, and hopefully we'll have a user community that can work with this software tool. And it can also build on state-of-the-art software tools and data, which has been primarily developed as part of efforts to understand the Earth climate. So this is lots of synergies here with other scientific communities, and today we can do much more than we were able to do just a few years or decades ago. So why did they do this? Sebastian was part of a team that involved several partners. Disclose, which is a team of investigative journalists, and Interpret, and a research and design studio, in addition to our own program and at Princeton. And the first case studies they looked at, study they looked at was the French testing in French Polynesia. Between 1966 and 1974, France conducted 41 atmospheric tests in French Polynesia, which includes Mororoa, but also Whangataufa, exposing local populations to radioactive fallout. You can see all the results on their website. There's also a book. There's also a short movie, a comic, but a lot of data to look at. I want to highlight just two main results. First, the exposures have been vastly underestimated by a factor of 2 to 10. That's number one. And as part of the study, we now know that 90% of the Polynesian population could have received doses of more than 1 millisievert in any given year, which means they are eligible for compensation should they develop cancer. And when this became public last year, actually, and you may have heard or read about it, President Macron had to travel to Tahiti and formally apologize and promise that the French government will look deeper into the issue of compensating the population. Just to give you a sense of how this looks like, I had some really nice videos, but I decided to take them out to make things a little easier. There were at least 6 tests that led to significant fallout and exposures. This one, Aldebaran, is one of the first ones, a 30-kiloton test, a barge mounted in a lagoon. So what Sebastian would do is you would first have to characterize the source term. You see this line here above the site of the testing. You would then run your atmospheric transport model for these particles, model the deposition of these particles, and eventually extract dose rates for these tests. And again, I want to emphasize these calculations would have been impossible even 5 or 10 years ago to run on a simple laptop or desktop computer. That's something that every one of us can in principle now do at home. Here's another example, Centaur. This is a test in 1974. It was actually a rather small test, 4 kilotons. It was the 58th French nuclear test from a balloon that was mounted above the lagoon. And in many ways, you would think, well, why should this particular one be particularly bad? But several things went wrong with this test. And first, the radioactive cloud actually didn't rise as high as those who sort of designed the test expected. It remained much lower. After the test, the wind turned, and you can see it here in this snapshot. The cloud sort of moves into a different direction, heading directly to Tahiti. And then finally, to make things even worse, by the time the cloud reached Tahiti, where 90% of the population lives, it started to rain. And this single test probably caused more exposure than any other French nuclear test in the Pacific. So in conclusion, thanks to this effort, it makes it a little easier for me to really highlight how groundbreaking and important this effort was since I was not involved. We now have a toolkit available to finally understand the impacts of past nuclear testing anywhere, and perhaps especially in those places where they remain poorly understood. We hope that we will be able to see kind of a user community, hopefully geographically diverse, involving experts, especially from affected communities, who can use this toolkit to understand how it affected their own communities. And with that, I thank you for your attention. I hand it over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thanks for representing Sebastian so ably. Again, I think we're in an environment or history where we have a strong global norm against nuclear testing, and yet this is another issue that is an issue du jour again, that is being talked about quite a bit, and you've given us a really excellent historic expose as to the practical implications of that, and thank you also for sharing with us the aspect that this is a lot can be done with open source data, can be visible to the public quite easily, and so really appreciate the work of you and your colleagues in this area. So we've talked about the climate aspect, about food insecurity, about environment. I want to turn to human and social dimensions. This morning already several interesting issues came up, intergenerational aspects, gender dimensions. We have a wonderful speaker with us. I'm very delighted to introduce to you Tagzan Kasenova, Senior Fellow from the Center of Policy Research at SUNY Albany, and she will be speaking to us about the Soviet nuclear testing in Kazakhstan and the continued legacy. Please, Tagzan.
Thank you so much. Waiting for my slides to come up. Could I have my slides? Yeah? Okay. Oh, perfect. And I need a clicker. Is it this? Perfect. I'm extremely grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Austria, to Ambassador Clement and the entire team. Thank you so much for bringing us here. I feel immense responsibility to have this opportunity to talk about the affected communities of the country of my birth, Kazakhstan. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of two survivors of Soviet nuclear tests from Kazakhstan here in Vienna, Dmitry Veselov from Semey, former Semipalatinsk, and Karibek Kuyukov from Karaganda. When the Soviet government chose the Kazakh clan to conduct its nuclear tests, there was really no consideration for the people or the environment. The archival documents that I studied show that the only considerations that were at play were very technical: the geology, access to transportation hubs, access to construction material. Very often the documents would call the area uninhabited, which was false because there were rural settlements right in that area, and a major city of Semipalatinsk was only 120 kilometers away. The test continued for 40 years. The military conducted more than 450 tests with devastating consequences for the local communities. The program was shrouded in secrecy. The narrative surrounding the program was fully controlled. And while harm was denied officially, the Soviet government was well aware of the harm and in fact was keen to understand the impact because it was useful data for military purposes. They wanted to understand how the army of the enemy would be impacted, how their own army and civilians would be impacted. And that's why they did monitor the local population. There were several expeditions, medical expeditions in the region, and I want to show you how, depending on who was conducting the expedition, the interpretation of data varied and the presentation of data varied. For example, the Institute of Biophysics, an institution controlled by the Soviet military establishment, they conducted the expeditions. And I saw with my own eyes in the archival documents that in internal documents, they would acknowledge that there was harmful impact of ionizing radiation or that certain food products or soil were contaminated in a significant way. The same officials would have the audacity to tell the local governance in the Semipalatinsk region that everything was within norm, everything is fine, and there was no contamination. The Soviet government also established a clinic that was supposed to monitor the local population. It was disguised under the pretense of an anti-brucellosis clinic, when in fact its main purpose was to monitor the local communities. And so that clinic, it was civilian, and they monitored 10,000 people from the areas surrounding or next to the testing site. And they also had 10,000 people from Kazakhstan, but from the regions that were far away from the testing area. And I'll just give you one number. So you see that they monitored about 20,000 people, and the number of hospital beds in that clinic was not more than 20. So that was for monitoring, not for treating people. The only expedition that by some kind of miracle was able to happen, and that was carried out by Kazakhstani scientists, was a 3-year expedition by the Institute of Regional Pathology that was part of the Kazakh Academy of Sciences. And that's an extremely valuable piece of scientific clinical data. And actually, you know, especially listening to the morning presentations, I think to those interested, you can get in touch with me, and I have some summaries. The data is in Russian, but it's declassified now. And so this team traveled to the areas next to the testing site, and they also collected clinical data from several thousand people. And what they found was that, and they also had control group, and so they were able to compare these two groups of population, and they were able to clinically confirm that those living next to the former Soviet nuclear testing site had a combination of serious health deficiencies. I'll just name a few: blood circulation problems in brain, changes in threshold for pain sensitivity, changes in senses of smell and taste. Women had a lot of issues. I really appreciate the morning presentation that talked about gender differences. There were changes in nose, ear, throats. People aged prematurely in villages next to the testing site. And so that's the only data that is available freely to scholars because it is within Kazakhstan and it's open to scholars. After Kazakhstan gained independence, and again, I'm saying this not as a representative of any government, but as a scholar, I've seen in the archives in Kazakhstan numerous attempts from the government of Kazakhstan to receive medical data from Russia on radioactive fallout, medical histories of civilians, but I didn't see any documents that were sent in response. We know that a lot of documents were removed to Russia, but luckily some data remained at that former anti-brucellosis clinic that after independence was converted into the Kazakh Institute of Radiation Medicine and Ecology. And that institution, because they did have, again, a lot of documents were removed or destroyed, but they did have some data on that study that I've mentioned in the beginning. So they could use that data and now look retrospectively. They could look at the now official records and see from those 10,000 people who were living next to the testing site, what happened to them when they died and what were the causes of their death. And what they discovered was that there was clear connection that those who were not in the control group but who were exposed to the harmful effect of the tests, they suffered high risks of general and cancer-related mortality. You can see the types of cancer that were especially prevalent. They also confirmed, the institute confirmed that there was a significant increase in chromosome aberrations among the second and the third generations from parents who were exposed to high levels of radiation. It's very important for me to mention, and I think it's important for broader discussion. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of the communities in Kazakhstan, but I think it's universal for affected communities that very often these are the more vulnerable categories of people living in more challenging socioeconomic conditions. And so I think it's really important that whatever assistance is offered both domestically and internationally is not limited to just medical assistance, but addresses socioeconomic challenges in a broader way. Kazakhstan was actually quite early in terms of legislation. It already has a law on assistance for victims. It was passed within a year of Kazakhstan gaining independence, and it was a very good law for the time, but now it's out of date, so it really needs some changes and some improvements, because, for example, there are cases when a person is considered a victim of nuclear tests, but cannot receive status of a disability benefits because, for example, his specific genetic disease is not in the list that accompanies the law and is not recognized as directly tied to the nuclear test. Or, again, speaking about practicalities, there is medical help is available free to recognize victims of nuclear tests, but transportation from those villages to big cities where they can get the help is not covered, or you need to wait for a long time to receive that benefit. And so just to conclude, again, I'm speaking more specifically about communities in my native country, but I think some of the takeaways are really relevant more broadly for affected communities worldwide. I think there should be a push for transparency of data on the past nuclear tests, and there should be a push for formal apology and recognition of the harm caused. And again, I was really glad to hear the sentiment in the morning. And even when I get this question, do you think Russia should apologize, and do you think Russia should pay for some of the compensation because they are the beneficiaries now of the Soviet nuclear program? I respond that it doesn't matter what I think personally, whether it's realistic or not, but I think in terms of justice and fairness, that's something that needs to be pushed for. But again, my main hope is with domestic governments where affected communities reside. As I've mentioned, the legislation should be really comprehensive and really in line with the specific needs of the communities, and it should go beyond medical assistance. And there truly should be this combination between what's happening domestically, the assistance, and internationally. And I just want to use this chance on behalf of people in Kazakhstan to thank Japan, because Japan is really one of the countries that has done a lot for the Semipalatinsk region, specifically on helping the scientists, on helping the local communities, and I hope there will be more on that. And that's why I'm so excited about Articles 6 and 7 of the TPNW, because I think it really can push countries towards better help for affected communities. And finally, it's so important that whenever big nuclear policy discussions are happening, that this component, the humanitarian component, is always part of the conversation, because we have hard data, we have facts on the ground. I see with my own eyes children near the former testing site in Kazakhstan. They're continuing to pay the price, and I think it's really the minimum that can be done, not to forget them, and not to continue the situation where high-level debates are happening in nice capitals of the world, where the conversations are very abstract, disconnected from what's happening on the ground, where communities are continuing to pay the price for nuclear tests and nuclear weapons programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tarzan. Thanks for sharing your experience from your home country, and for, again, helping us to drive home these issues of intergenerational, long-standing, lasting impact. I'd like to thank all of our speakers for giving us such a vast and comprehensive picture of the humanitarian consequences. I know we're a little short on time. What I'd like to propose is I abuse just very briefly of my role as moderator to pose one question to our panel here, and then we'll open the floor for a very short round of interactive Q&A with the floor. So if you have questions, please raise your nameplate, put it on the side, and my colleague Gerhard Wilhelm, who's sitting comfortably behind me, will take note of your request for the floor. I think we already have one nameplate going up, another one there. So while we do that, while you gather your thoughts, I'll pose one question to the group, and maybe Moritz, I can ask you to kick us off with your thoughts on this issue, and that is, we've looked at so many different dimensions, but any thoughts from any of you on how these come together? Is it even possible for us to create a big picture understanding of what would be the consequences throughout or across all these different areas? Moritz, you already started to get to that a little bit in your presentation when you talked about the physical impact coupled with the psychological, the mental health dimensions, but I'll hand over to you maybe to share your thoughts on the big picture, and anybody else who wants to come in on that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think there's three things to say to this, and the first thing is that yes, all these effects are interconnected, and in the worst case, they're actually reinforcing themselves. I mean, you can easily imagine that, any food, if you don't have enough food after a nuclear war, this will actually lead to other wars. Whether there will be nuclear or not, that's not clear. The same is true whether if your government location is destroyed, if a capital is destroyed by a nuclear weapon, this might be leading to escalation because the government is not really clear on what decision it's making, and it might lead to nuclear escalation. And these effects happen. But the second one will be we don't really research this yet. I mean, I'm here on the panel, and with many of the people here, I don't actually collaborate on this research. And that's something we might want to do, and we could do, but that brings me to my third point, and I think it's actually not necessary to do, because each one of these effects is so devastating that already these effects show us that we shouldn't use these weapons. So whether it gets worse, if we look at the interrelated effects, it doesn't really matter. It's not that we can find what I call, an island of stability. There's no combination of effects that make nuclear weapon usable. It's not clear that, we can find this combination, that this little food effect, this little climate effect, this little effect physically, where we can say, okay, now we can actually use it. So it's not that this will make it better, it will only make it worse if we combine these effects.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Mike, did you want to come in? I saw you raising the mic.
Yeah, well, we had a good progression from Moritz to me to Kim on what a single weapon would do to a larger war and impacts on agriculture, and the links to the last two talks on downwind effects on people are just the inhumanity of nuclear weapons, and there are, of course, no good humanitarian consequences. And so the people who have designed and used these weapons are acting out of fear and not for consideration of the world's humanity.
Great. Anybody else? No? Kim, yeah?
Yeah, maybe I can add that of course there are the interactions between the topics that we have talked about, but there are also interactions that we have not talked about. So for example, when it comes to food, I mentioned some in my presentation, like what would actually happen to our production systems? Would we have fuel? Would we have fertilizers? Like the war in Ukraine shows that even non-nuclear conflicts can really put the whole production system at risk. And also I discussed earlier about financial systems and banking systems and the economic system. Even though you would have some kind of trade, how would that work? And accessibility to food is also an issue that we have not touched upon. So yeah, some additional things probably also make it even worse.
No, thanks, Kim, and thanks for reminding us the research chapter is definitely not closed. I think that theme came out very clearly this morning. There is definitely a need for more and different aspects to be looked at. I have 4 requests for the floor for questions for our panel, and just a reminder that this is indeed questions, not statements, please. I will have to close with those 4, but I also want to give a chance to those of us, those who are participating online. We have a question from Rosalind Cook that came to us via Twitter, and perhaps this is directed a little bit also to our last 2 speakers who spoke a bit about nuclear testing and data connected to that. So perhaps for the 2 of you, the question was, if there is now software to understand the impact of nuclear testing readily available, do we still need government data in relation to obligations on victim assistance and environmental remediation? So do either of you want to say a word on that? And then we'll go to the floor.
Obviously, I'm not a technical person. I don't know what data is inserted into the software, but I assume the minimum that you'll need to know is the yield of the test, the wind direction, how many explosions were part of one test. So it sounds as though at least, to insert some data, you still need government data that, and for communities like ours, that is supposed to come from another country now, which is very unlikely because another country is a nuclear power for which nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons program is still part of the national security.
Yeah, well, the brief answer is, of course, transparency matters and accountability matters. And I think in the case of France, and I did not mention this, France declassified documents a few years ago, and these documents were sort of really important to inform the analysis that the team later did, also to cross-validate some of their calculations. So yes, with transparency in government information, this is important, it's helpful, it's the right thing to do. In theory, we could do it without, but it's certainly better to get it right and get the best data as possible.
Rebecca, if I just can add two cents. I think it would be ideal to have proper dose recalculation and to understand what truly happened, but it's even more important to look at the situation right now. For example, I'm more interested that somebody takes care of the community that is present today, assesses their needs and helps them, rather than only looking into the past when it's challenging. There are some immediate steps that can be taken today to help people who live today.
Thanks. Very important reminder. Here, here. So, colleagues, if you'll allow me, I'm going to ask the four individuals on my speaker list to please pose their questions one after the other so our panel can hear them collectively, and we'll use that as an opportunity for last words by the panel as they respond to those. So I have on my list Danity Lacon from our survivor testimonials this morning. I have FAO, Japan, and ICANN. So please, in that order, Danity.
Can you hear me now? Thank you. Thank you so much to all the wonderful speakers. I'm actually Betty from MISA for the Pacific, and I just want to thank Kim for highlighting ocean in your research. And also, my question is for Alexander. You mentioned that the fallout in the Marshall Islands was due to miscalculation. However, the memorandum and response records show that, quote, the forecast for shot time wind and shot time was essentially correct and were well within the normal forecast error. I would like to ask if you could clarify which miscalculation. That's my question. Thank you.
All right, FAO, please. I don't know where you are in the room, so please. Yep.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm Frédéric Poudevigne. I have the honor of representing FAO here, and I learned a lot, so thank you very much for this opportunity. The joint FAO-IAEA Center has considered the direct impact. We have heard a lot of indirect impact of nuclear tests on the agriculture so far, like the nuclear winter, etc. But we have to consider the direct impact of nuclear, whether bomb test or civilian nuclear accidents, like we've seen in Chernobyl and Fukushima, unfortunately. So my question is there any kind of monitoring of soil contamination for the agricultural production, plants effects, or animal production, animal product effect? Is there some kind of monitoring research on this? Because we are dealing as a technical institution with the response, how to treat, to dispose carcass, dead animals, and to monitor the radioactivity in the animal food. But we don't, I don't know about monitoring the effect at a long term. Thank you.
Thanks for that contribution. And Japan.
Here, I think Mr. Dr. Tomonaga will take the floor.
I'm a Nagasaki researcher engaged long in human consequences of atomic bombing. This time I want to raise two questions to, first to Dr. Casanova. She said that by using DNA analysis, she observed second and third generation effect. It is amazing, the result to me, because we have a lot of research on the second generation in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but never we could not observe such effect. What was your technique used? And the second question is to Dr. Kyoto and Philip about the fallout, especially in terms of the health effects. In Japan, we have never proved, but the internal deposition of nucleolide, internal deposition nucleolide in Nagasaki, Hiroshima Hibakusha. But did you observe such internal deposition of fallouts in your observation?
Great.
I think the second question was for Mr. Alex Glasner.
Yes, yeah, thank you. You caught that. And finally, ICANN, please.
Thank you all very much. This has been a spectacular panel. My name is Susie Snyder with the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. I have two very brief questions. First, this incredible expertise that has been presented here today has been a topic of discussion in the media for the last months, and there's a new attention to it. However, the media don't want to take the time or have the time. So I ask you, maybe in your closing remarks, what's your soundbite? And secondly, a quick question to Kim Scherer. I'd like to know more about the economic supply side impacts, especially looking at data from globally destabilizing events like the pandemic and what we've seen on the supply side, supply chain impacts from that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susie, and you've stolen my thunder a bit in asking our panel as they answer these questions to also give their final soundbite word. So I hope all the journalists in the room and reporters are taking good notes. So maybe we'll go down the line this direction. Tongsan, I think there were a couple of specific questions for you, but any other parting words as well? Thank you.
Thank you for very good questions. On the first question on whether soil is being monitored and whether land is being checked, whether it can be used for agricultural use. So in case of Kazakhstan, the territory of the former testing site is huge. It's the size of Belgium. The technical staff, the scientists of the National Nuclear Center, they conducted several studies within the immediate area of where the nuclear tests were conducted. So they've done amazing work, and the data is available, but it's the more precise experimental field where they were checking levels of contamination. They believe that there are some pockets that are high risk and that quite significant parts of the land can actually be given back for agricultural use. Kazakhstan recently passed a law on creating a zone of nuclear security at Semipalatinsk, and one of the main provisions of this law is to do exactly that, to really conduct a comprehensive study in order to make sure that the land that can be given back to use to the population can be given back. So again, if you have follow-up questions, I'll be happy to address. Thank you very much for question from Japan. I'm a political scientist by training, so it's definitely not my data on the second and third generation. The data comes from the Kazakh Institute of Radiation Medicine and Ecology. And I think part of what they were able to do and what helped them is that they had the names and biographical data of the initial monitored population, and then they could see what happened with those from the group that was monitored and with their descendants. They are pretty certain about the second and third generation. Their studies are continuing. Again, the summaries of the studies are available on their website in Russian and Kazakh languages, but I believe they also published some highlights in scientific journals, including in some Japanese journals. Again, I'll be happy to give some references. I will only say for myself, again, with a disclaimer that I'm not a doctor and not a technical specialist, I only can say that my trips to the area just show what I see, and what I see is that there are almost no old people in those villages, and that I personally met children with visible disabilities. So I'm not talking about something that I cannot see. I saw stuff with my own eyes, but as a non-doctor, I cannot claim anything. And my soundbite for the journalists would be, nuclear weapons are not abstract, and we are all hostages to a few countries that possess nuclear weapons.
Okay, I want to answer the question that Danny Locan asked, and I apologize if my remarks were poorly worded. Of course, fallout and exposure from especially the Castle Bravo test were inevitable, and those who conducted the test or prepared and conducted the test were aware of that. What I meant was that the yield of the weapon was much higher than originally anticipated, 15 megatons instead of 6 megatons. That was the remark that I sort of wanted to make. My quick soundbite, but I probably said it already, is that even after 77 years of nuclear weapon use and testing, we still don't fully understand the consequences of their use, but we think we finally have the tools available to actually reconstruct the history of these weapons in a way that we don't have to rely on governments and secret codes and data, but in a way that many communities can use these tools. And of course, we hope this will also help implement the TPNW.
I just wanted to mention that the studies of nuclear winter that started in the 1980s followed the discovery that an asteroid had wiped out the dinosaurs after sparked global fires that produced smoke that blocked out sunlight for years. And as long as we have nuclear weapons and don't eliminate them, someday they will be used in war. And so we can choose to go the way of the dinosaurs, or we can be smarter than that.
Okay, so there was first a question about the direct effects on food systems, and to my knowledge, this is a bit of an under-researched field. So we looked at this, looked at the scientific literature as we did these studies and didn't find a lot. So I doubt that there are monitoring systems in place in most places. Maybe Moritz, if you have other, we discussed this too, that it doesn't seem to be, you know, on top of the list of priorities. So definitely a field for more efforts. And about the supply side impacts, like I said, it was many of these things are excluded from the analysis because we are not sure how it would play out. But of course we can look at, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic. That was maybe a different kind of shock, since you have most of the problems on maybe the labor side. But we also seen increasing fuel prices, and the war in Ukraine has had a large impact on fertilizer trade also. So I don't know exactly what to answer, but imagine our whole food production system as a whole, and how it depends on distribution, logistics, all of these things, and then try to imagine how that might work after a larger nuclear war. I think that's my the only input I can give. Sound bites. I think the main point that our research finds is that regional escalation of a nuclear conflict can really lead to global famine. So that's short.
So quick two answers. First on soil and the effect on crops of radiation. There's also something I looked into, and there is not much research that I could find. So basically this is a field where we would need to do research. I mean, what we know is that, for example, after an accident like in Fukushima, food was monitored for radiation, and that's something that could be studied in this regard. On the question from Japan on internal deposition, it's important to know that there's two types of the effects of radiation. One is external, if radioactive objects are outside of your body, and then there's internal, if you start eating or inhaling or ingesting radioactive things. And the fallout I presented was only the external radiation, so it was not the internal radiation that would happen if you, for example, eat something that grew there. And lastly, on the soundbite, I mean, one thing I thought about over the last couple of weeks frequently while preparing for this talk was imagining, the global, very scary and stunning image of a nuclear mushroom cloud that you would see in your Twitter feed, in your Telegram feed, in your chats, in your phone calls with your family. And this is really something I don't want to see. And so basically I hope, for your help today, tomorrow, and the 2 days after, that we can actually make this happen, that we don't see this explosion.
Thank you, Moritz. Thank you to all of our panels. I'm going to ask you to do one more round of applause for them in just a second, but I'm standing between you and coffee, which is never a good thing, but I'm sure you will agree with me that this was well worth our while, so thank you to all of our experts. Thank you for reminding us this is about people, it's about our planet, it's about our common humanity and the sustainability of life as we know it. So let's keep that in mind. Let's, with that, sustain ourselves also with a little bit of coffee before we reconvene at 4:30. But please join me in thanking our panel. Sorry, 4:30.
worldwide, and those studies are limited, but nevertheless, so that if you have indirect exposure to these gases, this might have negative environmental impacts on you.
Sebastian Philippe did was technically amazing, and then it had this huge political impact.
I didn't actually know until yesterday that Macron had, as a
Well,
result.
basically, it basically said the French government has been lying about the extent of the radiological effects, and that has an impact on the extent to which the French are providing medical monitoring assistance. So there were protests in the streets in Tahiti. And so Macron, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen next, but yeah, he was there, he apologized, but it wasn't like a formal apology, it was a Macron apology. So there's a whole, I don't know, I don't know what's next. It'd be good conversation. Oh, here's Hans. It's too bad he couldn't be here. He would have had a very strong Nordic presence. Hans over here. All right, that's good.
That way I can see equally everybody. And I will probably not be a dragon coalition and
I tried to calculate very clearly that it doesn't go over 8 minutes. Yeah, it went on a bit, but closer than intended. But maybe for us it's more important because it will get late stage and lunch breaks.
I was supposed to start at 4:30 because nobody here.
Well,
Somebody has to force them.
I will ask Virgil.
So Hans will go first and then I'll be second.
Counterparts, it's out of your hands. Just let it roll. There. We're here. He's a lot of people still drinking coffee. I think one thing is they didn't anticipate how many people would be here, and they didn't anticipate all the catering that would be necessary for all these people. It's like this is 750 to 800 people.
That's quite a big room, so
It doesn't feel crowded, right?
Have you been in touch with the cultures about it?
Crowd. Well, I had a long talk with Emma at lunch today. I see them frequently. Yeah. They're doing well. We've had a little turnover in the San Francisco office. But Tom is still there. Michelle left. So now she's working in the State Department. She's the chair of the Secretarial Advisory Board, the Secretary of State. So it's like a little academic expert advisory group for Tony Blinken, or whoever the secretary is. So it's an important job, and but it was funny because it was a couple months ago that she left Plowshares. I was in a meeting with her in her Plowshares capacity 1 week, and the next week I was at the State Department, and there she was in her new capacity. Well, it's on a range of issues now. It's a wider range. Big one. All right. I don't need a lot of water.
For the fear of losing some people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start in a minute. Thank you.
The first 2 days. But yeah, then I'll be around. Thank you. All right, very good. Very good. Not on this trip because my suitcase is full. Use the mail. Okay. Well, you know, you go to a conference or two, and your suitcase is full when you leave, and then when you try to get home, I don't have any room for the chocolates now. So. All right. You must have said something which has unleashed all the bottles of water.
And now it's only getting hotter.
It's very pleasant inside here. Yeah. You think it's hot? It's warm outside.
Well, Austria is quite hot.
I know. I know.
So do you want to sit there or on the other side?
Yeah. We have a cont is missing, so do you want to balance things out so we have two and this side the outside? Okay.
Well, I asked, but nobody heard me. So it's like you want to do this. Oh, it's good. As you wish. You're in charge.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start now. Welcome back. We now turn to our final session of the day, entitled The Risks of Nuclear Weapons, the Threat of Nuclear Use and Nuclear Deterrence, New Developments and Findings and the Limits of Our Knowledge. The session will be moderated by Ms. Gauka Mutsakanova, Director of the International Organizations and Non-Proliferation Program at the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. Gauka, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jörg, and thank you very much to the organizers of the conference for inviting me to moderate this very important and interesting session. I am Gauhar Mukhajanova from the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. And our session is titled The Risk of Nuclear Weapons, the Threat of Use and Nuclear Deterrence, New Developments and Findings, and the Limits of Our Knowledge. And if I may ask you to take your seats and maybe pretend to pay attention. As I was preparing for today, I thought back to the previous Humanitarian Impact Conference, the last of which took place also in Vienna in 2014. And there too we had a panel on nuclear risks. And I remember that discussion being very much focused on the risk of accidental use or the use result of some kind of inadvertency or misunderstanding. And that was a very much historical look at the incidence of near use in the past. times clearly have changed, and today the discussion of nuclear risk takes a much more urgent character and a disturbingly real character. It's very pertinent given the developments in the past several years and especially in the past several months. So I think it's very important to have this conversation now, and unlike the 2014 panel, this one will look at today's events and possible escalation scenarios in some of the regional settings. And to address the question of nuclear risk, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers. I'll introduce them as their turn will come to speak. And the first to speak is Hans Christensen, who is very widely known for his work, in particular tracking nuclear arsenals, policies, and modernization programs of nuclear-armed states. Unfortunately, Hans was not able to join us today in person. He had to cancel for an emergency, but he agreed kindly to address us online via Zoom. So he will be first to present on how nuclear and arsenals and policies are in flux. Hans, in virtual fashion, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. And as you can see, I'm virtually there. I am sorry I couldn't be there in person, but we had an emergency here back home. But I'm pleased to be able to address you anyway, and look forward to an interesting discussion. And I thank the Austrian government for facilitating this important conference. And in my presentation today, next slide please, I'll give you a quick overview. I have only very little time to speak, but I'll give you a quick overview of some of the sort of main trends that I see that are happening, both in terms of the rhetoric that countries use on nuclear weapons, the doctrines and their strategies that they have. They're evolving, and their nuclear armaments. Their arsenals are in significant development. And as you can see on this graph, we've come a long way since the Cold War in terms of numbers of nuclear weapons in the world. But numbers are sort of a poor indicator of risks. It used to be very central during the Cold War. We're now in a phase, as you can see, the blue and the red lines there, they represent the total number of nuclear weapons that are in the Russian and the United States nuclear weapons stockpiles. They're leveling out, and they're even beginning to tick up a little in the case of Russia. And we expect that many countries, and overall the inventories of nuclear weapons in the world over the next decade will begin to increase again. So a significant shift from what we've come to know for the last 30 years. Next slide, please. The rhetoric, obviously, and my colleague panelists here will talk much more about this than I and give some examples about it, but I think it's important to be clear about how nuclear rhetoric has changed over the last decade and a half. It used to be a collaborative conversation after the end of the Cold War. It was very subdued. You didn't rattle the nuclear sword, you didn't threaten overtly. Quite often countries didn't even mention the explicit nuclear weapon states that they were planning against. All that has changed. We're now in a significantly more aggressive tone, combatant, basically in each other's face. We have no qualms about listing individual countries that are considered nuclear adversaries. And so everybody's doing this. And it's sort of a self-feeding cycle where countries begin to talk about each other and justification for their own weapons. And we see this in all the different countries, both of course during the Trump administration, which was a big significant change from the Obama years. But we're also seeing it now in the current administration, although less so. We see strong threats from, of course, the Russians. It's a focus about the Ukraine crisis, but it's not a new thing, actually. You can go back and pick up Russian nuclear threats all the way back to 2005, that time period, where it was about missile defense deployments in Europe. There were explicit threats made against countries. But today it's unique and different because it happens in the context of a serious conventional, large-scale conventional war in Europe. Next slide, please. countries are now in what is known sort of a great power competition. This is a term that was coined in the United States during the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review. But it captures well the atmosphere. And when you have that kind of an official political title to the situation, then all agencies, all entities are trying to demonstrate that that's where we are. They're presenting their justifications for nuclear arsenals, their operations. Everything is now painted in that combative kind of environment. We see it, for sure, in the Russian arsenal. We see it in their language, how they are very explicit about the role of nuclear weapons, and they have traditionally adhered a greater importance to nuclear weapons than many other nuclear armed states. Primarily, it has been assumed that as a result of their limited conventional capabilities. And this is, of course, a development that is now, because of the way they're doing, the poor performance of their conventional weapons in Ukraine, is likely going to strengthen the role of nuclear weapons from the Russian perspective. In the United States, we saw it during the Trump years with the proposal to add nuclear supplements to the nuclear arsenals. One of them is already out there, a low-yield ballistic missile warhead. Another one is being contested by the Biden administration, but if the government changes in a few years, it might well come in again. A nuclear sea-launched cruise missile. These nuclear supplements, so to speak, are explicitly intended to be used in the early stages of a limited nuclear war in the escalation phase. So we see changes in, of course, China also, where there are significant developments in their nuclear arsenal. It's harder to see what that means in terms of official doctrine and strategy, but there's no doubt in my mind that it's going to influence over the next decade the types of scenario and the type of planning that Chinese leaders are envisioning for their nuclear arsenal as well. We're also seeing things like the United Kingdom has decided to increase its arsenal. And we see conversations happening in India and Pakistan about the role of their nuclear weapons. In India, there's been a debate that has, expressed concern or expressed doubt or uncertainty about the future of the no first use policy. So we see a lot of these developments across the board in all different nuclear armed states. Next slide, please. And of course, they're adjusting their arsenals to fit these strategies, to fit the rhetoric, to fit the doctrines that are shaping up now. And so here we have significant modernization programs in all the nuclear armed states, no exception. Some are more significant than others, and they also vary depending on the particular situation. In China, we're observing right now something in the order of about 330 silos under construction for long-range ballistic missiles. A very dynamic environment. By Chinese standard, unprecedented. We see an increase of road mobile systems. We also see an addition of nuclear bomber missions to sort of a fully operational force that has been somewhat dormant in the past, but now it's becoming a fully operational force. This means something for the potential role of nuclear weapons and the way the Chinese see them playing out in their periphery. We also see in the United States significant developments. I mentioned the nuclear supplements. These are weapons that are intended to fill gaps, as it's argued, a niche in between sort of conventional war and larger strategic nuclear warfare. Now remember, we used to have these conversations all the time during the Cold War with tactical nuclear weapons, nuclear battlefields. And in the United States, that largely disappeared. And they were very much in the background. Now we see sort of a tendency for them to come back, not in full numbers, of course, but in terms of scenarios that are being described that require new capabilities, low yield for early use in this escalation phase between conventional and nuclear. In Russia, we see some very significant developments, of course, with sort of exotic weapon systems, if you can call them that, for regional scenarios, also some that have long range. All of those are intended to sort of play up the role of nuclear weapons in the periphery around Russia. Some of them are hypersonic weapons, very fast flying regional weapons that will shorten the decision time and pressure decision makers into a quick decision window where misunderstandings, of course, are rampant or can be significantly enhanced. Next slide, please. So in some concluding observation, there's no doubt that we're in a completely new environment when it comes to the role of nuclear weapons, the way they're being talked about, the perspectives for future reductions and eventually elimination. I think it's fair to say that the era we have known since the end of the Cold War of significant reductions of nuclear weapons and the role they play is over. We're now in a phase where over the next decade we will see the numbers tick up again. We will see introductions of several different types, some explicitly intended to fight more regional battles. So this is a very disconcerting development that puts the pressure on the international nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament community to beef up, calling attention to this, pressure the nuclear armed states to behave. And if this development continues, we in 2026 will, when the New START treaty expires, it'll be very hard to build a new treaty under the current circumstances. And we could well be in a situation where for the first time since 1970s, there are no limits on nuclear arsenals. So with that kind of gloomy forecast, I hope it has triggered some thoughts and we can have a discussion about this. But over to you.
Thank you very much, Hans, for this presentation, for pointing out a number of current trends, none of them comforting, especially the conversations around the low-yield, so-called more usable nuclear weapons, the introduction of entirely new categories, some exotic weapons being developed, and the possibility of a new era opening where we are going really back to the Cold War kind of scenarios. I don't have anything comforting to say before introducing the next speaker, who is Dr. Tutti Rasto, senior researcher in the Weapons of Mass Destruction program at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And Tutti will speak about how new technological developments bring sort of an added variety of risks to nuclear deterrence. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I think this is working. So yeah, my brief talk is titled New Technologies and the Fragility of Nuclear Deterrence. The belief in the security benefits of nuclear deterrence is based on the assumption that states' behavior is predictable and the related technologies are reliable. And as we have seen already in some of the presentations today, both of these assumptions are problematic. In reality, leaders might not be deterred and nuclear weapons may get used either intentionally, by accident, or as a result of miscalculation or unauthorized use. Nuclear weapons are also not fail-safe, as highlighted by the previous talks, reminding us of the historical record of close calls, those that we know about. Of course, technology has improved over time, which has probably helped address some of the previous problems, like faulty computer chips or false radar warnings. At the same time, technological evolution has created new vulnerabilities and possibilities for things to go wrong. Instead of focusing on specific new technologies and their potential role in adding to nuclear risks, I thought it would be helpful to look at broader strategic armament dynamics, which are partly driving the acquisition of new technologies. And one significant longer-term trend that has impacted strategic stability in the recent decades is the advancements in weapon accuracy and speed enabled by improvements in remote sensing and digital information. And this has also led to the development of new kinds of weapons with greater potential for so-called counterforce strikes, meaning attacks against the adversary's nuclear forces. Precision strike technology is of course not new, but its application to more strategic or long-range systems represents a more recent trend. And of course, actual counterforce strikes would still be difficult and extremely risky. But it now seems somehow conceivable that such strikes could be conducted also by conventional rather than just nuclear weapons, which is feeding threat perceptions by the potential targets of such strikes. Greater accuracy and speed, as well as automation, are also essential for more effective missile defenses, which have been developed by several countries, but mostly by the United States. Insofar as they actually work, strategic missile defenses could, in theory, neutralize adversary nuclear strikes, which might seem to reduce the costs of nuclear war for the party that possesses such damage limitation capabilities. And then there is cyber warfare that could be used to disable the adversary's nuclear systems even before they are launched. All of these developments are challenging one of the key principles of nuclear deterrence, namely the survivability of second strike nuclear forces, or certainty in their survivability. And this has given rise to offense-defense dynamics involving efforts to develop increasingly survivable nuclear delivery systems. For example, Russia has developed hypersonic weapons and autonomous underwater torpedoes to evade, according to the Russian explanation, to evade US missile defenses. China and more recently North Korea have also developed hypersonic weapons, apparently for the same reasons. In some cases, the offense-defense dynamics seem to have led to increased reliance on the most dangerous of the old technologies, notably ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles. Although silo-based ICBMs are easy targets for counterforce strikes due to their known locations, at the same time they are regarded by many nuclear weapon states as a robust retaliatory capability, and this is particularly when the ICBMs are kept on high alert and when they are armed with multiple warheads or other heavy loads like missile defense countermeasures or hypersonic glide vehicles. So, although many arms control advocates note that there's an urgent need, especially to get rid of ICBMs because of the role that they could play in starting an accidental nuclear war, the current strategic environment makes it difficult to get rid of these seemingly obsolete systems. This also helps to illustrate that arms race instability is closely connected to crisis instability, which is traditionally defined as the absence of incentives to use nuclear weapons first in a crisis. More specifically, the fear of an imminent preemptive counterforce attack could create related use or lose pressures, potentially leading to the intentional first use of nuclear weapons. And this could be a problem particularly in countries which have relatively small nuclear arsenals and which rely on vulnerable systems, such as ICBMs. Apart from this rather extreme threat scenario, certain technologies might increase the likelihood of unintended nuclear escalation. While hypersonic could increase some nuclear-armed states' confidence in the survivability of their second strike nuclear forces, they would also reduce decision times in crisis due to their high speed, and also the maneuverability of hypersonic weapons might create ambiguity about their direction and intended targets, as others have observed. In addition, there might be ambiguity about payload, whether they are carrying nuclear or conventional warhead, although this problem is of course not specific to hypersonic weapons, but it applies to basically all other dual-purpose delivery means, such as cruise missiles, for example, or shorter-range missiles. Another potential example of nuclear conventional entanglement is the one where State A inadvertently targets State B's nuclear early warning satellites or radars in preparation for a conventional attack. And this could lead to a nuclear response if State B mistakenly interprets this as preparation for a nuclear first strike. And related to this point, several nuclear-armed states have in recent years demonstrated an increased interest in anti-satellite weapons, which is again an old technology, but with new technologies being applied to it. And this, in my view, can also be seen in light of these offense-defense dynamics, as counterforce and damage limitation capabilities essentially depend on space-based assets and could therefore be neutralized in theory by compromising satellites. Even a non-kinetic attack against early warning systems could lead to a nuclear response, as again others have warned. So the cross-domain nature of contemporary armament dynamics may also contribute to nuclear risks. And to sum up, new technologies have increased the scope for things to go wrong, particularly at times of crisis and tension, such as the one we are experiencing now. It's worth repeating what we've heard already today, that the only way to completely eliminate the nuclear danger is to completely eliminate nuclear weapons. But in the meanwhile, there's a need for a comprehensive risk reduction approach that takes into account the multiple pathways to escalation, partly created by new technologies. And this points to the need for in-depth dialogue, especially among nuclear-armed states, who, despite their tensions, share an interest in avoiding nuclear war. Greater awareness of these risks could also lead to specific risk reduction measures, such as hotlines or military-to-military dialogues. Ideally, it would also contribute to efforts to raise the threshold of nuclear weapon use, for example, through the minimization of the role of nuclear weapons in escalation control strategies. Reductions in nuclear weapon numbers and their overall yields would also be urgently needed, not just to make progress towards disarmament, but also for the sake of what could be called collective damage limitation in case deterrence fails. Thank you.
Thank you, Tutti, for that overview. There's certainly not enough time in today's session to really go into in-depth presentation of various implications of new technological developments, but thank you for highlighting how new technology increases uncertainties associated already with nuclear deterrence, how they could be prompting the development of more survivable nuclear weapon systems, and how they might be even motivating first use of nuclear weapons through the sort of lose or use scenarios. Moving on, we will have the next three presentations focus on geographical contexts and nuclear risks in those contexts. And first we have Daryl Kimball, Executive Director of the Arms Control Association, who will focus on the subject that's very much on everybody's mind these days, and that's the war in Ukraine, and specifically the nuclear risk dimension of the war in Ukraine. Daryl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gaukhar. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the government of Austria for their excellent work in organizing this very timely session on these issues. And I am here to address and discuss and analyze the newest factor in the complex nuclear risk equation that you're hearing about today. The nuclear risk dimension of the war in Ukraine is multifaceted, often misinterpreted, and it requires smart management and our ongoing attention and action. And I would just say that these are preliminary notes and analysis based upon the information that we have so far with this still unfolding crisis. So it's quite clear to me and many others that Russian President Vladimir Putin's large-scale invasion of Ukraine, along with his implied threats of nuclear weapons use against any who would interfere, have raised the specter of nuclear conflict and the risk of nuclear weapons use in ways we've not experienced in the post-Cold War era. The war in Ukraine and the ongoing possibility of military conflict between Russian and NATO forces specifically I believe has increased the risk of nuclear weapons use. We have to remember that unlike the 13-day-long acute Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, the war in Ukraine will likely last many more months. The UN Secretary General just this week predicted it could last years. And unlike the 62 crisis, which did not involve a sustained exchange of fire, the war in Ukraine does. And as a result, the world is going to remain in a condition of heightened nuclear danger for some time to come. Now, President Putin's statements threatening possible nuclear use, his announcement early in the conflict that he was raising the readiness level of Russian strategic nuclear forces are clearly designed, in my view, and those who I've talked to in the Russian system who are familiar with the purpose of these statements. They're designed to ward off outside military interference by US and NATO forces in his attack on Ukraine. Now, from a legal perspective, the International Court of Justice, of course, has unanimously determined in its 1996 advisory opinion that the threat to engage in nuclear weapons use, particularly under the circumstances suggested by Mr. Putin, is contrary to international law, international humanitarian law, and of course, the threat of use of nuclear weapons violates the UN Charter, and under any circumstance, it is, of course, prohibited by the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Now, one thing that we've forgotten is that Putin's threats also violate Article 2 of the 1973 Bilateral Agreement on the Prevention of Nuclear War. I think many people don't remember or even knew that there was such an agreement. Now, that agreement pledged the United States and the Soviet Union, now Russia, to, quote, refrain from the threat or the use of force against the other party, against the allies of the other party, and against other countries in circumstances which may endanger international peace and security, close quote. Now, so far, President Joe Biden has not engaged in what I would call inflammatory rhetoric in response or raised the alert status of U.S. nuclear forces. U.S. and NATO leaders have made clear that it is not their intention that NATO or U.S. forces will directly enter the conflict. Nevertheless, the risk of escalation is very real. How real, we don't know. It's impossible to measure the degree of risk. We have to remember that a close encounter between NATO and Russian warplanes or an attack by Russia on NATO territory to intercept supply lines to Ukraine or vice versa could become a flashpoint for wider conflict. And the sea lanes and the airspace in and around Ukraine and wider Europe is very busy and intense right now. Because US and Russian strategies, nuclear use strategies, reserve the option under extreme circumstances, albeit, to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapons threats, fighting between the United States and NATO and with Russia could quickly go nuclear. Russian doctrine, as Hans Christensen was noting, states, and I'm summarizing, that nuclear weapons can be used in response to an attack with weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons particularly, or if a conventional war threatens, quote, the very existence of the state. Now, right now, clearly, these conditions do not exist. But if the Kremlin believes a serious attack on Russia is underway, it might order the use of short-range tactical nuclear weapons in an attempt to try to tip the military balance in its favor. Now, that scenario would seem unlikely right now, but it cannot be ruled out. Now, US President Joe Biden's new nuclear posture review, I should note, is not that dissimilar on the issue of nuclear declaratory policy than Russia's. The words are different, but there are very strong similarities. And I would note that this nuclear posture review and the declaratory policy, the whole thing still remains classified. But according to a fact sheet released by the White House, the policy will remain that the fundamental role of the U.S. arsenal will be to deter nuclear attacks while still leaving open the option for nuclear first use in extreme circumstances to counter conventional biological, chemical, or maybe cyber attacks. Now, as we heard earlier, and Moritz was pointing this out very well in an earlier presentation, once nuclear weapons are used in a conflict, particularly between nuclear-armed adversaries, we are in completely uncharted territory. Theories that a nuclear war can be limited are just theories. In practice and in the fog of nuclear war, once nuclear weapons are used in a conflict involving the United States and Russia in particular, there's no guarantee that conflict would not quickly become an all-out nuclear conflagration. As earlier mentioned, there's a Princeton program in science and global security simulation called Plan A, which is a must-watch for everyone here at this conference that shows what would happen if nuclear weapons use, what could happen if nuclear weapons were used in a NATO-Russia conflict. And it estimates that it could lead to the death and injury of nearly 100 million people in just the first few hours. And as we heard earlier, the head of the U.S. Strategic Command, John Hyten, has said, if you don't believe me and the Princeton Program on Science and Global Security, he has said after a recent U.S. nuclear war game that involves such scenarios that it ends bad, and the bad meaning it ends with global nuclear war. Now let me just quickly mention another risk scenario that's been mentioned a lot in the press. In addition to the possibility of escalation beyond the borders of Ukraine to involve NATO forces, US forces, there is the potential, theoretically, I think small at this time, that Russia might consider the use of nuclear weapons against Ukraine itself. We heard in April the US CIA Director Bill Burns say that although there's no sign that Russia is preparing to do so, he said, quote, "None of us can take lightly the threat posed by a potential resort to tactical nuclear weapons or low-yield nuclear weapons," unquote. Now, since that statement in April, Russian officials have denied there's any intention to do so because the Russian state, I assume, is clearly not under imminent threat from either Ukraine or NATO. But that could change in the future depending on how this war turns out. But I think the likeliest scenario of potential nuclear use, and I think many others believe it is if NATO and Russia become involved in a conflict. Now, nuclear threats and alerts of various kinds, as we've heard earlier, were not uncommon during the Cold War, before the Cuban Missile Crisis and after. But as I see it, Russia's implied threats to shield an attack by a nuclear-armed state against a non-nuclear weapon state is unprecedented and unacceptable in the post-Cold War era. And since the Soviet Union dissolved, no US or Russian leader has raised the alert level of nuclear forces to try to coerce a potential nuclear adversary's behavior. So we've heard politicians say that this is dangerous, this is irresponsible. Why is that? It's dangerous for all sides, including Russia. Nuclear threat rhetoric and orders to raise the operational readiness of Russian or US nuclear forces could be misinterpreted, particularly in a crisis, in ways that lead the other side to make nuclear countermoves that trigger nuclear escalatory moves, fears of imminent attack, and potentially nuclear weapons use. Now, the other thing that's important to recall is that Putin's invasion underscores, in my view, the fact that nuclear weapons don't prevent major wars. Rather, they can facilitate aggression by nuclear-armed states and make wars waged by nuclear-armed states far more dangerous, especially when nuclear-armed states become pitted against one another and there's an increased risk of miscalculation and miscommunication. Now, NATO countries may argue that because Russia has not attacked NATO yet, a NATO member yet, this shows the utility of the nuclear component of NATO's deterrence posture. I think in reality, US and NATO nuclear weapons have been proven to be useless in preventing Russian aggression against Ukraine. And instead, what we've seen is NATO is Ukraine's allies and friends responding with political, economic, and diplomatic means to help defend Ukraine and thwart the aggressor, along with military and humanitarian assistance to help Ukraine defend its territory. Now, even for a state or an alliance possessing a robust nuclear weapons arsenal, conventional military capabilities, I think the Ukraine crisis is proving this, conventional military capabilities are key to deterring conventional attacks and to battlefield success or failure. Now, Russia's explicit nuclear threats, which President Biden and other leaders have criticized as irresponsible, also create another dilemma for NATO and other nuclear-armed alliances and countries, which is and NATO, of course, is a self-declared nuclear alliance that depends on maintaining the credible threat of nuclear use. And that dilemma is as follows. The more that NATO emphasizes the value of nuclear deterrence and the value of possessing nuclear weapons, the more legitimacy it adds and lends to Putin's nuclear threats and the dangerous and contested belief, in my view, that nuclear weapons are necessary for self-defense particularly in this situation. Now, the other thing I would point out as I begin to close out is that there's another risk factor that the Ukraine war has introduced, which is that it has derailed the strategic stability dialogue between the United States and Russia, which was designed to help reduce nuclear risk and maintain strategic stability between the two countries. And those talks on strategic stability were also intended to evolve into negotiations on new instruments to control and reduce strategic, intermediate range, tactical, and maybe missile defense systems that each side is concerned about, all before New START expires on February 5, 2026. But in a good sign, in a statement issued by the Arms Control Association on June 2nd, President Biden said, "Our progress must continue beyond New START, and we must continue to engage Russia on issues of strategic stability." And the Russians in recent days have said similar things, but it remains unclear whether or not that dialogue is going to happen. So as the war drags on, there are several basic things that two sides need to do to avoid the kind of conflict that could lead to escalation. Dialogue is critical. The resumption of the strategic stability dialogue, I think, is central. And also, the first meeting of TPNW states parties is an important opportunity to reinforce the norms against nuclear weapons use and threat of use, as is the 10th NPT review conference that's coming up, which is another opportunity for states to make clear that these nuclear threats are out of bounds of international behavior and that the nuclear armed states need to get back on track on nuclear disarmament. So this is a pivotal moment that requires smart leadership and action, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Daryl, for a comprehensive overview of the nuclear dimension of the war in Ukraine and for highlighting the impossibility, in particular, of measuring the risk of escalation and escalation to a nuclear war. And also, in addition to being in violation of international law, I think it's worth pointing out that the threats issued by Putin are in violation of Russia's own nuclear doctrine. And I think that adds a whole new dimension to uncertainty and how much can we even rely on leaders following their own nuclear doctrines. Again, thank you for that, Daryl. And our next speaker will talk about the Northeast Asia scenario. This is Eva Lisowski, Associate Fellow at the Asia Pacific Leadership Network and consultant to the Joint Project on Nuclear Weapon Use Risk Reduction. Her presentation will be based on a recent study published by the APLN called Possible Nuclear Use Case in Northeast Asia, Implications for Reducing Nuclear Risk. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you all for joining us to have these vital discussions, and I encourage anyone to read the report if you want to know more in detail, and you can find the report online, which was supported and published by actually 4 organizations and over 20 experts with the goal of hypothesizing and illustrating in detail situations in which nuclear detonations might occur in Northeast Asia. So just briefly, our study aims to answer these questions. Under what conditions might nuclear weapons be used? How might the situation develop? What are the consequences of nuclear weapons use, with simulations of fatalities, infrastructure damage, radioactive fallout, environment and climate impacts, and synthesize all of these together, and what, of course, policy measures can reduce the possibility of nuclear weapons use in Northeast Asia. And to answer these questions, we're currently undertaking a 3-year research effort, but today I'm just going to be talking about the results of year 1 with the report that came out last January. So under what conditions might nuclear weapons be used with or without intention in Northeast Asia, and how might the situation develop? To answer this, we came up with 15 hypothesized basic use cases and overall 27 total variants on these use cases. For our project, the use case begins with the first detonation of nuclear weapons on an adversary, excluding such test detonations and deployment of nuclear weapons for deterrence, although those may be counted as triggering events. And even if some of these use cases seem unlikely, the consequences of not adequately discussing and preparing for a full range of scenarios that could occur could be catastrophic. Given that there have been too many historical events that occurred that were thought to be unlikely or even impossible, just look at the situation in Ukraine. If they are at least plausible, we have some responsibility to discuss and try to prevent such situations. And when developing each use case, we considered triggering events and first use. Why does the nuclear use case happen? How does the conflict evolve? Who responds with nuclear or conventional forces? Where are the targets and significance of the impact in the region and beyond? And very importantly, considering how plausible is the nuclear use case and what uncertainties that we don't know now could change how the situation evolves, and initial policy lessons. So this is one example of a use case, and it consists of this flow from triggering events to response to how the conflict evolves to the consequences, and then finally we consider the uncertainties that could change how this use case might occur. In this case, the turning point, the first white box, really hinges on how DPRK, North Korean leadership, perceives the situation. And there are multiple critical points at which the outcome could turn peaceful or become catastrophic. Studying use cases in such a detailed way, looking at these kinds of flowcharts, can inform decision makers on how to recognize when a critical point might be occurring so they can take the appropriate action. And here's a graphic depiction of some of the use cases that we put together for DPRK or United States as first user, and examples of triggering events and their direct consequences. The flow continues down through evolution of the conflict and some uncertainties listed on the bottom. One use case characteristic that varies between the use cases is the intentionality of the first use. And this ranges all the way from a complete accidental detonation due to some mistake by automated launch systems to miscommunications and misperceptions, and then the most intentional use case in which, even though there is a clear understanding of the situation and maybe even clear communication, a decision is made to detonate a nuclear weapon anyway to achieve a desired outcome, such as preempting an adversary. The use cases illustrate how and at which point these events might evolve into a catastrophic nuclear war. In one use case that we call tripped at the finish line, engagement and diplomacy with the DPRK are actually going well, but they're tripped up by a change in US leadership or an unforeseen event like a global pandemic. And US miscalculation of North Korean reaction might lead to the US to attack DPRK nuclear missiles with their own nuclear missiles. Another use case entitled Broken Promises leads to breakout, hypothesizes what could happen in the unlikely case that new hawkish leadership and loss of faith in the US nuclear umbrella leads Japan or South Korea to develop and possibly detonate low-yield nuclear weapons of their own. And in one variant of a use case, changes in US and South Korean behavior leave North Korean leadership convinced that an attack is imminent, but instead of preemptively striking using a nuclear weapon, the DPRK launches a covert attack on a South Korean nuclear power plant in order to cause chaos. So now we have power plant safeguards and security to consider as well. And in total, there are 15 basic use cases, as I said, with several variations on some of the use cases and a grand total of 27. They're scattered between different actors, including DPRK, China, Russia, United States, even non-state actors like terrorists, and potential nuclear breakout nations. And for project year 2, we're planning on modeling around 10 of these use cases with quantitative and qualitative analysis. So here are some examples of initial policy lessons. And with the tripped at the finish line example I introduced before, a key turning point was loss of continuity in negotiations through a change in administration. how can incoming policymakers adjust their expectations for results to ensure continuity across frequently changing administrations like South Korea, US, and Japan? Exercising patience, thinking about which government positions should be insulated from administration change so as to separate international relations from domestic policy concerns as much as possible. And this is just a taste of our full report on 27 use cases and lots of initial policy lessons that we plan to expand on in year 3 of the project. So there are lots of plausible ways that things could go bad, that nuclear weapons use could happen. Understanding how those evolve and what their impacts would be is the first step to figuring out how to stop them before they happen. And our goal with this project is to demonstrate that we should be thinking about these possible situations, even if they seem very unlikely, in order to stop them from happening, even if we may perceive them as unlikely. And looking overall at similarities between use case outcomes, we can see that there are lots of opportunities for misunderstanding between countries if they're not talking, and lots of those misunderstandings between especially nuclear-armed adversaries could result in big tragedy. And I just quickly want to recognize the rest of my project steering committee, on behalf of whom I'm presenting today. I did only a tiny portion of this work, and between all of my colleagues, they have many more years of experience, so I'm just representing them here today. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eva. That was fascinating and builds in a way on something that Daryl said, that we cannot effectively measure the risk of nuclear use, and in the absence of a reliable methodology for measurement, scenario building and running through those variants is a useful and, as you said, responsible thing to do. 27 variants is a sobering number. And some of those don't seem all that unlikely, which in and of itself is rather disconcerting. So thank you for that presentation. And turning to our last speaker, we have Dr. Zia Mian, who is the co-director of Princeton University's program on science and global security. He will look at nuclear risks from the South Asia context, their complexity and difficulty of understanding them. And to begin demonstrating the complexity, his presentation is entitled "What We Know, Don't Know, Won't Know, and Can't Know: Lessons from South Asia on Nuclear Risks as Complex and Incomprehensible." Thank you for being here, Zia.
I should just stop now. Everything I have to say is written right here. And I want to begin by thanking everybody who came. Because the fact that you're here means that you do want to understand the mess we have made for ourselves. And before I get into the more serious part of my talk, I want to begin with a reflection on a phrase that some of you may know, which is one of the characteristic phrases from the nuclear age. Accidents happen. But we'll come to that. And that phrase is about thinking the unthinkable. And it comes from the experience of nuclear war planners and nuclear war thinkers in the United States in the early years of the Cold War. And I want to emphasize that when we come to terms with this phrase, thinking the unthinkable, it's not just that we shouldn't be thinking about nuclear war, that it's unthinkable because it is morally obscene to imagine that we have become a world which will kill millions of people through these weapons of mass destruction that we have made and are held by 9 countries out of 193. Thinking the unthinkable also leads us in the direction that it may not actually be possible to think our way through to the end of this process. So, let me talk about South Asia. This is what the world looks like from space. This is actually India and Pakistan, as seen from the International Space Station. And the line, the orange-colored line that you see running up the picture, is the border between India and Pakistan. And all the bright lights are towns and cities. India and Pakistan are now home to over 1.6 billion people. 1 out of every 5 human beings is a South Asian. So just look around the room. How many South Asians do you actually see here? Not including me. And it's in that context that I want you to think about my remarks, because previous speakers have talked about regional war between India and Pakistan becoming nuclear war, leading to global catastrophe. But what we worry about in terms of the Russian invasion and aggression against Ukraine and the possibility of Russia and NATO and the United States having a war, add them all together and you don't come up with a population of South Asia. And the United States doesn't really share a border with Russia. India and Pakistan share a border. They share not just a border that is 3,000 kilometers long, they also have a history of war against each other. People sometimes forget that the United States and the Soviet Union were actually allies once upon a time. Pakistan and India have never been allies. They went to war within a year of independence, and they fought again in 1965, in 1971, and then again in 1999. They have an unresolved dispute over the region of Kashmir, which many of you know, and this is what it looks like from the space station. There is the border, there is Delhi, there is Islamabad, and there is Srinagar, the major city in Indian-held Kashmir. Everything is very close together. Geography matters. History matters. What we don't know is the ways in which it will actually matter in any particular situation. But we know it matters. And one way that all of this comes together is that they share, the two countries, stories about themselves that includes the other side. Every Pakistani story about what Pakistan is and what it means includes India. And the Indian story includes Pakistan. And these are oppositional national identities, national narratives. What makes us us is that we are not you, and we and you do not get along. And this hostile, religious, nationalist narrative has become worse over time. And how do the stories that leaders tell themselves and have been socialized into all of their lives, what will it do when it comes to a nuclear crisis? How much of it will be reason and rationality, and how much of it will be hate and revenge? We don't know. They don't know. Now, the two countries together are estimated to hold over 300 nuclear weapons. That estimate is from our colleague Hans Christensen, who spoke first on this panel. And that number of nuclear weapons is increasing year by year. And they're developing more and more capable delivery systems for their nuclear weapons. They have missiles based on land, on bombs on airplanes, and they are putting nuclear weapons at sea on submarines. The time it takes for a nuclear weapon to go from India to Pakistan or Pakistan to India and attack the capital city can be as little as 5 minutes. The time it takes for a nuclear weapon from the United States to reach Russia or from Russia to reach the United States typically is about 30 minutes. command and control, anticipation and warning is meaningless. How do you make a decision in that time? So geography matters, history matters, time matters, and the stories that run through your mind matter. Walter Benjamin taught us that history is that which flashes up at a moment of danger. A nuclear crisis surely is a moment of danger. So what will flash up in the minds of these people? What we can say is that we have at least a few instances with some leaders in these countries of what happens. And that actually happened in 2019. We've been talking earlier on about the US, NATO, Russia, Ukraine conflict, and the possibility that Russia and NATO may actually have direct military confrontation, with them shooting at each other. In 2019, India and Pakistan actually used jet fighters to fly across the border and attack targets in each other's country. And their airplanes shot at each other. And an airplane was actually shot down and an Indian pilot captured. So what we worry about as a possibility in the case of the Russian war against Ukraine and NATO intervention has already happened in South Asia. And not only is it like that, but that the two armed forces are constantly engaged in military activities directed against each other through artillery exchanges, despite ceasefire agreements. And so in 2019, when we had this last serious conflict, and that's what we would have been talking about if we'd had this meeting in 2020, the Prime Minister of Pakistan at that time, Imran Khan, said, and I quote, this is during the conflict, if, say, Pakistan, God forbid, we are fighting a conventional war, we are losing, and if a country is stuck with a choice, either you surrender or you fight until death, Pakistan will fight to the death. So when a nuclear-armed country fights to the end, to the death, it has consequences. India's Prime Minister, who is still India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said, Pakistan has threatened us with nuclear. Did we deflate their nuclear threat or not? The Indian army chief said, we are not going to say we cannot cross the border because they have nuclear weapons. We will have to call their nuclear bluff. His successor says, if you play the escalatory game with skill, military ascendancy can be established. That does not necessarily lead to war. This is deterrence. This is blackmail. This is coercion. This is the illusion of control. That you can be so skilled as if the other side may not be as skilled. As if your plan will work, as if you have control over events and consequences. And it is this illusion of control that is the key, I think, that we need to think about. Because the experience of power leads to an illusion of control, because you think you can bend the future to your will. And the world just does not work that way. So, this is the summary, as far as I can see. And I encourage all of you to think about how many more things you could add to this list. In your heart of hearts, do you really believe that we or anyone, and certainly not the leaders of countries who have come to power and are filled with the illusion of control, really think that they understand how nuclear crises might actually emerge and play out? As was mentioned today, we're still learning lessons about the Cuban Missile Crisis so many decades later. Do we really know how nuclear deterrence and blackmail will work in practice, not in theory? Daniel Ellsberg, who is one of the most innovative thinkers in this field, gave a lecture in 1959 called The Theory and Practice of Blackmail, which is one of the first lectures on nuclear deterrence theory. He says nuclear weapons have one preeminent use in politics: to support threats. Call it blackmail, call it deterrence, call it coercion, it's all the same thing. It's deterrence when I do it, it's blackmail when you do it. But as I tried to explain in my comments, people don't understand their own decisions. Not every day, and certainly not in a crisis. We don't understand how leaders will think. We don't understand how time and uncertainty of information will play out. And we don't understand the power of fear, of commitments, of illusions, and the fact that we're talking about nuclear war, and it's not a familiar choice. And the world will be watching, and they know the world will be watching. And we also know of all the ways that things don't work, the brute, accidental nature of the world. And so how choices will matter cannot be imagined. And what we certainly do not know, and we may never understand, is the human condition in the nuclear age, because we are not who we were. And so what we have to figure out is what is we want to become.
Thank you, Zia. That was really, really powerful and reinforcing the idea of illusion of control and all the uncertainties associated with nuclear deterrence and the root of nuclear risk. We have effectively reduced the question and answer time from 45 minutes to 15, but I hope you found it worth it. So I have one follow-up question to all of the panelists before I turn to the questions from the floor and possibly from online if Georg supplies them. You talked about 1.6 billion people living in South Asia. And if we look around the world, the majority of people actually live in countries that rely on nuclear weapons in one way or another for their security, despite all the risks that you have pointed out. So my question to all of you is, what really are the obstacles for the governments, the policy makers, for the people to understanding those nuclear risks and the combination of nuclear risks and what kind of threat they pose? Any takers? You look tentative.
Sure,
Daryl, please.
Well, thank you for, Zia, your sobering concluding remarks, because it feeds into my answer to that question, which is that, and others have raised this throughout the course of the day, in the absence of dialogue between leaders of countries and their own people about these issues, we face a crisis of understanding and, as Zia put it very well, an illusion of control about things that we don't have a lot of control about. And I think the other thing that's critical, and several people mentioned the difficulty in managing and understanding nuclear risks, is at the moment we have a lack of dialogue between key potential nuclear adversary governments. The United States and Russia, the United States and China, with North Korea, India and Pakistan. It's episodic. I can name others. But dialogue alone does not reduce the risks, but dialogue can produce understandings about each other's intentions and behaviors and can lead to productive outcomes. So I think that is the single biggest obstacle that we face right now in 2022 to dealing with the growing risks of nuclear use.
Thank you, Daryl. So the lack of dialogue. Zia, when you want to come back on that?
I think if I want to be to the point and to provoke, The problem is actually not the obstacles to government. The problem is government. We live in a system of states, not of peoples. States make war. War makes monsters of people. So our fundamental problem in the nuclear age is the problem of the state. And what do we do as human beings to discipline the structures that have power over us? Because it is the nature of those structures and the lack of accountability of those structures that is our fundamental problem. No country with nuclear weapons has ever asked its people, do you want to be defended by mass murder of others? They also have never asked that even though our nuclear policies are based on what they call mutually assured destruction, we will defend you to death, your death, through our nuclear policies. But they don't put it like that, so no wonder people don't understand. But the fact of the matter is, as far as we can tell, people all over the world, including in the 9 states with nuclear weapons, the states of exception, the ones who don't behave like normal states, even in those 9 states, as far as we can tell, public opinion seeks a world free of nuclear weapons. So the issue is how that opinion, that sentiment, that structure of feeling can be turned into political outcomes. And thus my conclusion, the problem is the structure of power and the structure of governments and the lack of accountability.
Thank you. And I think in a way you do highlight the very nature of the humanitarian initiative and the goal it's set out to do, and that's to shift the conversation on nuclear weapons from security blanket and the provider of safety to the actual things that nuclear weapons do when used. And as you said, those are instruments of mass murder. And to the extent possible, perhaps if all of us press that message and continue talking about what nuclear weapons truly are, then that could help sort of awaken people to understanding, if you allow me to paraphrase you. With that, I open the floor to questions. I am being informed that we have time for maybe 2. And I have trouble seeing from here, so wave your, yes, please. Is that a hand I see there? Yes, please proceed to the section over there that says requests for the floor. And kindly introduce yourself, because I still cannot see the placard.
Hi, yes, Ivana Nikolic-Hughes. I'm from the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and I really want to thank all of the panelists for highlighting for us so powerfully the argument for nuclear disarmament now. That said, the TPNW to be implemented in the way in which it is written will require time, and I'm curious what the panelists would think about putting in an actual timeline for when the number of nuclear weapons would actually get down to 0. This would also, of course, allow us time to meet the obligations of, for example, Articles 6 and 7 in terms of victim assistance, and in particular, environmental remediation is a complex problem that will truly take time. So I'm just wondering what you all would think about a timeline, and if a timeline, whether something like 2045 would make sense in your opinion. So thank you again. The talks were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the second question before turning back to the panelists. And the question is from IFRC.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. What about now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have a question from IFRC, which is, what do you think that if disarmament is essential to lead to peace? Because usually we see that in history, most of the treaties of the disarmament is not so efficient, even led by or made by the UN. So what do you think that disarmament is efficient ways to lead to peace, or do you think there is still other ways? Thank you.
So if I understand correctly, other ways to disarm rather than through treaties? Yeah? Okay. So Daryl was eager to take on the first question, so I'll let you do that and before turning to others.
Well, about timelines. My timeline is we need to achieve a world without nuclear weapons as fast as possible. And I think while it may be desirable to set up target dates, I think in the reality of the international system and politics, it's difficult for governments to agree to specific timelines because, as we can see, there's so many measures that interrelate that have to be accomplished in order to achieve global zero. So, you know, I think setting these goals is, it can be useful, but honestly, as fast as possible. We're 77 years since the first nuclear detonations. And I think we've heard today that so long as we have these weapons, so long as many nuclear weapon states have these weapons, we're going to be living in a situation in which we've got tremendous risk. It's unsustainable. I think even 2045 is a long way from now. I don't know why 2045 is a particular date that we should be heading towards. So I would just say the goal should be ASAP, and it requires the action of everyone in this room and beyond this meeting.
Thank you, Daryl. Tutti.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a specific timeline, but I'm just thinking of some previous studies on minimal nuclear deterrence that were published around the negotiation of the New START treaty, and they envisioned like a 15-year timeline for the US and Russia to bring down their arsenals closer to the levels of other nuclear weapon states. And somebody called that the minimization point, after which there could be progress on multilateral disarmament.
I think that was Lou Dunn's study on the minimization point.
And yeah, and if I can comment on the treaties, I guess the treaties alone are not enough, but I think they help to build kind of the normative environment for disarmament, but then you also have to look at the strategic environment, as I tried to highlight in my speech, and of course you need political will, and if there's political will, I think there are also examples from history when the United States and Russia actually reduced their arsenal by taking unilateral actions without any treaties.
Yeah, and remember that the only actual case of nuclear disarmament we have of a country that built nuclear weapons and dismantled them was not through a treaty, right? It was South Africa. Eva, did you want to take the floor?
Okay. I wanted to add one thing about the aspects on treaty, on disarmament, so kind of related to the second question maybe, but also the timeline. Another important aspect is actually the technology and how we can verify that disarmament is actually occurring. So something that's stopping a lot of states, nuclear, weapon owning states, from continuing with disarmament is how can we know that our adversary is following the agreement? How do we know they're not secretly, holding some in reserve? So why should we be the first to take that leap? So an important part of that is the research that's being done on developing technologies that nuclear armed nations will accept to verify that their technology is actually, verify that their nuclear warheads are being disabled and that their weapons are being dismantled without what they feel like is giving up their national secrets. So that's another thing that we're waiting on and need, that there's ongoing research. And I'm always excited to see the new developments in pushing for nations to accept these new methods of treaty verification. And that's another thing that we're waiting on that affects both the timeline and like how all the different ways and methods that we need to look at for disarmament.
Thank you very much. And for special thanks for bringing up disarmament verification. That's been an important conversation, both in the context of the NPT review process and is an important conversation in the context of the TPNW. And Zia Mian is very much a part of that conversation. And if I may plug an event, if you are going to the TPNW meeting of states parties, you can attend the side event on Wednesday where Zia and others will actually take on this question of disarmament verification, how much it is a challenge versus an enabler, and are we really looking at disarmament verification the right way? But apart from that, Zia, do you want to take on any of the questions or give your concluding thoughts?
Thank you. If you pay enough attention to history, you realize that history is full of surprises. No one, either in the United States or the Soviet Union, expected its collapse. And they certainly could never have imagined the speed and scope of that collapse. What had been a superpower, we had to invent a special word, a political, economic, military, cultural structure that straddled the world, collapsed almost overnight. So, and it's not the first time. The British Empire, the sun was never supposed to set, and it collapsed. We are in Vienna. Who remembers the Austro-Hungarian Empire?
You'd be surprised.
The Austrians.
And so the issue becomes that when change comes, it can come in a speed and a scope and a scale that will take your breath away. So that's what you aim for, to demand the impossible today. And if we're lucky, it will happen.
Thank you. I don't have anything witty to follow that up, except to say that I hope this panel has helped all of us understand better. Oh, I'm sorry, Hans. He's not on the screen, so I forgot he's part of the panel. Hans, are you still there?
I'm here, but I'm not going to follow up. Zia has made the final word, and that should stand by itself. Thanks for.
Thank you. That's very gracious of you, Hans. And my apologies again. So once again, to try to conclude, I hope this panel has indeed helped all of us to understand a little better the kind of mess we've all got ourselves into. And with that, please join me in thanking all of our panelists for their fantastic presentations and Q&A session. Let's over to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Gauhar. And now, for our final agenda item, I hand over the floor to former Ambassador Thomas Heinotzi. He served for many years as Director of Disarmament in the Austrian Foreign Ministry and as Permanent Representative of Austria to Geneva. He will present the Chair's summary for us today. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard today highly informative presentations and discussions. Now is the time to reflect on some key points. All of us will draw our own conclusions. Let me present what Austria takes away from today in this chair summary, which of course is given in a purely national capacity. The Vienna Conference on the Humanitarian Impact of Nuclear Weapons addressed the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, including effects on human health, the environment, agriculture and food security, migration, and the economy, as well as the risks and likelihood of unauthorized authorized or accidental detonations of nuclear weapons, international response capabilities, and the application and the applicable normative framework, and identified areas where further research and investigation appears necessary. Almost 800 delegates representing more than 80 states, the United Nations, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, and other relevant international organizations, civil society, and academia participated in the conference. The following key points can be summarized from the presentations and discussions. It is impossible to appropriately address the immediate humanitarian emergency and long-term consequences of nuclear weapons detonations. What we cannot prepare for, what we cannot respond to, we must therefore prevent. Nuclear winter would likely affect the entire globe, even after a limited regional nuclear exchange, and result in dramatic temperature drops and blocked out sunlight for years, leading to food shortages and deadly starvation in many parts of the world. As we progress in researching the impact of nuclear weapons, we learn that nuclear weapons detonations have vaster, truly global, and longer persisting consequences than we thought before. Atmospheric nuclear tests, also conducted decades ago, are responsible for serious health effects and long-lasting environmental degradation. New analyses and techniques allow improved mapping of global radioactive contamination exposed communities and impacted ecosystems due to fallout from nuclear weapon testing, with important implications for affected communities. We still lack an integrated, full picture of the impact of nuclear weapons. More interdisciplinary work and further research on the interplay between short, mid, and long-term effects are required for deepening our knowledge. Not only more research, but also more discussion and consideration is necessary in order to bring more clarity and findings on which a fact-based policy can be developed. The risks of accidental, mistaken, unauthorized, or intentional detonations of nuclear weapons have reached an unprecedented high level for political, strategic, and technological reasons. The propagation of smaller tactical, better usable nuclear weapons is disconcerting. Even the detonation of a single so-called small nuclear weapon would have devastating and compounding effects, and in addition carry a very high risk of triggering an escalation to a limited or all-out nuclear war. The threat of nuclear weapons use declared by leading Russian politicians showcases how real this risk is today and underscores the fragility of a security paradigm based on the theory of nuclear deterrence. Russia's invasion of Ukraine underscores the fact that nuclear weapons do not prevent major wars, but rather embolden nuclear-armed states to start wars. War between nuclear-armed states is not only possible, but has already happened several times. We just heard on the Indian continent. We know that nuclear conflict is not an abstract danger, but a very real one. In light of regional and global tensions, several plausible scenarios exist today in different parts of the world for nuclear conflict. In today's world, where there is no common understanding of essential rules, norms, and standards any longer, nuclear weapons further increase uncertainty and insecurity. Substantial and not only declaratory risk reduction measures are certainly called for in the short term, but only the elimination of nuclear weapons offers effective prevention. A broader focus on risk reduction is needed in light of what we do know and what we do not know. It is difficult to fully understand their sources, and even more so to factor in future risks arising from technological and doctrinal change, as there exist known unknowns, but also unknown unknowns. The theory that nuclear deterrence can prevent a nuclear war is further put in doubt by the effects of technological progress and the integration of new technologies into nuclear weapon systems and decision-making structures. Building security on nuclear deterrence is not sustainable. When nuclear deterrence fails, it will fail with catastrophic effects. Many see a logical problem, how a weapon that threatens the continued existence of civilization could serve as the bedrock of security. The combined perspective of the humanitarian consequences and the risks of nuclear weapons would allow us to tackle the question of the utility of nuclear weapons and of the veracity of nuclear deterrent theory on a more fact-based basis. Only an approach based on scientific results and the involvement of civil society, academia, and affected communities, in particular the Hibakusha and the victims of nuclear testing, can render an open, meaningful disarmament debate leading to concrete results. Such an inclusive approach is also needed to deliver a broad range of results, such as on the disproportionate harm of atomic radiation on girls and women. Relevant nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation fora therefore need to engage with existing and future research on the humanitarian consequences and risks of nuclear weapons as it emerges. The humanitarian perspective has transformative and unifying potential for the urgently needed reinvigoration of nuclear disarmament. Both the findings on humanitarian consequences and risks of nuclear weapons underline the need to always put the catastrophic humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons at the center of our work, as long as these weapons exist. Therefore, this issue must underpin all discussions on nuclear weapon issues. I would like to conclude this summary by thanking all presenters, moderators, you, the participants, and express my hope that all of us can use what we take away from today's conference in our common quest for a nuclear weapon-free world. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. The chair's summary will be made available on the HNW homepage in a couple of minutes for you to access. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, our conference comes to a close. We hope that these presentations and discussions were useful to set the scene for those who join us tomorrow at the first meeting of the TPNW states parties. We also hope that it was useful for all others to underline the profound arguments on the humanitarian risks and consequences of nuclear weapons. As we said in the chair's summary, these findings underline the need to always put the catastrophic humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons at the center of our work as long as these weapons exist. The humanitarian perspective has not only a transformative but also a unifying potential for the urgently needed reinvigoration of nuclear disarmament. The many areas that still need further research have also highlighted how important it is to continue this conversation between scientists, experts, civil society, affected communities, and diplomats. So we hope to see another of these conferences in the not-too-distant future to carry on this important work. So in the name of the entire Austrian team, thank you for your interest, thank you for your participation, and have a good evening.